All right. We are starting the stream. First Lore Tuesday of the year. Well, okay, of the season, not of the year. Hi, Virgil. You know you have some diabolical stuff for me to read today. And you're ready to see me suffer. We have a cat! Meow! He's meowing. Meow! Hi, Angel. Medical student, hello. We're chillin'. I have some, like,
never back down, never
fantasy
what?
music.
Never give up.
Never back down, never what?
Never give
That
up.
was me today when I was working on getting the plushies to work. Oh my god. Frogspawn and Sylvie, hello! I will get those plushies working. I don't know why they're not. Ugh. I'm literally learning how to, like, make a resource pack from scratch and having to edit everything. If any of you know anyone who works on making resource packs and, like, converting them to Bedrock or anything, I will pay money for them to fix the thing. I'm at that point. Welcome, Airtails K-Wavy, Riley Disneck. Ah, it is one of those days. Let me make sure that I think Discord is gonna be at the right place for lore sheets. I have to go all the way up to the top. There's like hundreds of lore sheets at this point. I don't know how I'm gonna read all these, to be quite honest. Oh my god, Loki. He's so loud. Whoa, I'm on this server. Welcome. You are on this server. My cat keeps coming in, meowing at me, and then leaving. Do you need something? Here he comes again. What do you need? You were already fed. You don't get more food until like an hour from now. Stop hitting me! He's not hitting me. He's like lightly tapping me. You want love? You want love? You poor thing. You poor starving baby. Oh, so sad. You're not sorry. Neither you nor Virgil are sorry. There, I have a fan and I'm blowing him with air so he runs away. You guys want to see my giant squeaky hammer that I have? Oh my gosh, Loki, stop. Okay, I turned off my noise suppression. I think there's a little bit of fan noise now. If I hit myself with this little hammer now, it'll make a squeak. Restart the server. Again! Ha 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 ha! Again! Ha 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 ha! Again! All of you, every time I restart the server. Alright, we'll see with this crane game. We got Marcelo! Look how grumpy he is. Alright. I think it is time to begin. The first Lore Tuesday of the season. Why did it...
Tuesday. Angst.
There we go. I was like, why did it take so long for the text-to-speech to show up? Thank you for the 20 months comment. Welcome, welcome. Are we ready? I think we're ready. I made a new, layout thing, and you'll see if I I'll show it to you. If I somehow don't have my display capture on, there's a surprise behind it. Anyway, we're gonna start. Okay. Is the audio for everything, chill? It's all good? I hope so. Okay. This is gonna be a long Lore Tuesday. So, grab some snacks. Grab some snacks. Grab some water. Drink water. I don't know what else you need. Grab a pillow. Your favorite stuffed animal. Alright, first up, we have Elvira! Well, we have an animation. You can't really see it on the stream full screen, but that's what it looks like. Very cool. I'm a little out of practice reading all these, so we'll see how it goes. Elvira, a demon. 5'2", small, bright, glowing wings, clothing and accessories. Oh no. Glowing wings. Clothing, accessories, colorful and practical. She likes drawing and feeling bad for herself. Is that from the... That's from the stick-in, the fill-out, like, character thingy that you can get. That's funny. I guarantee by the end of the stream I still wouldn't have found another piece of ancient debris. So real! Make sure that you're at the right Y level. I always mine at the wrong Y level. Elvira is a disciple of Malgrafen from the planet Vymora. She is also one of the current leaders of Kindlegrim. Vymora was a harsh and unforgiving world believed to be a cosmic exile zone, where beings deemed unworthy by the gods were banished. The planet's culture was steeped in cruelty, and displays of kindness were considered signs of weakness. Elvira was born and raised within this hostile environment. She served under King Morax, one of the planet's cruel rulers, and lived in isolation within the dark confines of Kingdom Haza. There, she spent her days praying for a life of greater purpose beyond servitude and suffering. Elvira's life changed during an event known as the Great Anomaly, a mysterious phenomenon that resulted in the sudden disappearance of King Morax and most of Vymora's population. The event threw the planet into chaos as surviving kingdoms fought for power over the realm. Amidst the unrest, Elvira joined forces with Havoc, who was passing by and was the original worshipper of Malgrafen. Or is Malgrafen? Or Malgrafen? I think it's Malgrafen. I'm reading it wrong. They all fled the dying world aboard his foreign shuttle. The escapees eventually reached Solace, a distant world offering safety and the hope of new beginnings. It was on Solace these cult members discovered the heart of Malgrafen and decided to make settlement. Elvira took on the role of torchbearer and founded the group now known as Kindlegrim. Her motivation is to escape from Vymora. Her short-term goals are to worship a new deity. Long-term goals, she ultimately is hoping her devout worship to a god will save her soul. She's afraid of why she got sent to the cosmic exile zone, as those who are sent there lose their memory on arrival. She doesn't really have family. Her friends are Havoc, as he saved her from Vymora, but she's open to being friends with anyone. No romantic interests at the moment, and her enemies are King Morax and any cruel rulers who lived on Vymora herself. Yippee! I feel like we need to have like an emoji thing that goes off if you like really like the thing. I'll see if I can make that like a clap emoji. If someone wants to add, I think mods can add emojis. If you want to try to add an emoji, go ahead. And then I'll make it so that it pops up on screen. That's super easy to do. Hi, Strawberry. Next up, we have Pride. Hold on. Okay, I guess you can read it like this. But maybe I zoomed in too far. No? That is the way... I think it's just because it's a big image. With roots in the ancient Felidae bloodline, a new royal clad in gold has risen as one of the 3 pillars of Aratus. Ooh. I love the skin design for this. It's pretty cool. Also, my lore sheet is not as cool as these ones. I need to make it better. You want to get your lore thing done for stream? You have plenty of time. We're gonna go through so many of these. I need to, like, lock in. Freya initially believed the... Oh, this one is me, by the way. Freya initially believed the Great Anomaly was her fault. While searching for answers, she ran into the SPNS Arcturus. The captain, Marcelo Virgil, shared that most of his crew... I don't know why that's underlined, by the way. Most of his crew disappeared. Realizing that it wasn't an isolated incident, Freya decided to create a planet for all refugees of the Great Anomaly. She sometimes uses her powers to do small things like push herself up off the ground, reheat drinks, and play pranks on Marcelo. Which she loves to do. Okay, I feel like I need to do something where you guys can see the whole thing. Let me see if I can adjust this at all. Hold on. Don't mind them kissing. Must have been the wind. Exactly, exactly. Okay. Let me see how big this picture gets. Cause like that's pretty big. If I can make it just fit like this. Like that's not bad. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that should be better. Now you can actually see when I open stuff up. Yeah, okay. Sorry you see the sides here, but that's what we're gonna have to do. Unless I do this. No, just kidding. We have Nick's Slab Valentine. I didn't know their middle name was Slab. I'm gonna try to just, like, go over the backstories of most of these. I won't read, like, tons of info. Okay. A wolf hybrid who was a lone wolf turned into joining a pack unwillingly. She's the youngest and run of 8 siblings. She has a secret not even she knows about. How do you have a secret you don't know about? I will read the one. I read all of the ones that are in here. If you want advice too, you let me know. I will probably pick out any that are like breaking the rules or like really outside of canon. I try to be like kind of, yeah, like it's okay if you want to like do whatever you want, but the story will be more impactful, especially with like the Great Anomaly stuff, all of that. The payoff will be better if you actually have your character in canon. Why did I create the Smile SMP? I always wanted, well, okay. You guys ever heard of RT Game, the YouTuber? He had a Minecraft server where he had people in creative mode and would like have them make things. And I was like, I want to do that. That sounds cool. So, and then, so I wanted to make like a creative server that people could join. And then I was like, well, okay, the Dream SMP is really popular. What if I make an SMP? And so I made an SMP. But I didn't really know what an SMP was. But yeah, it kind of developed into its own thing. Yeah, RT Game is cool. Yeah, that's kind of why I made it. And I continue to do it because I like running such a nice community. You guys are awesome. And yeah, let's continue on. Has a resting bitch face and the attitude for it. Arrived in Solace on her own adventure where she found a friend from the past. The reason of leaving was due to how her family treated her, looking for a place that won't try to kill her in her sleep. Maybe she found it, maybe not. If she does not like you, she makes it known. So far, this is mainly staff and people who have been here for a while. Spawn is a dear moderator and lore helper. We have Lust. I think the Eratus faction is like the 7 Deadly Sins. Otherwise, out of context, this would be a very weird character. A new striking face among the people. It wasn't easy for him to rise to power to where he stands now. Tall and a figure of passion among his people. He is as illustrious as ever, and his iron fist clenches He clenches tightly around those who stand outside of the correct passion. Interesting. I love the Eratus, like, character designs and stuff. I think that's so cool. We got Adeline, a species vampire. Onyx is the son of... Oh no, Onyx Adeline, sorry. I didn't read the first thing. Onyx is the son of Helena Adeline. Onyx lost his left eye in a war with humans at 11 years old, causing him to be immensely afraid of humans. He usually speaks French, but ever since he came to Solace, he has been trying to speak English, even though he struggles sometimes. I never thought about, like, Solace doesn't have, like, a, like, common tongue. It doesn't have, like, an official language, because, like, people are from literally everywhere. Yeah. So unless you come from, like, Earth, I guess I mean, or maybe other planets in the Soul Pact, you wouldn't really speak French or English. Maybe. When did Smile Us Be start in season 1? It was 2021. Like, May of 2021. When he arrived to Solace, he started to see a ghost. This ghost is Angel Neoma. Angel?! Oh my gosh. Angel who died last season. This vampire's seeing Angel. Yeah, one of the former alien twins. He also gained very few memories about someone named Alfie and some Russian guy named Urilla. Oh my gosh. The connections. The connections. Onyx didn't know why he got these memories, but they came with a bad headache. He's also afraid to leave his mother's side. I'm so excited what you're going to do with this. I am so excited with what you're going to do with this. John Angler. I think the image is still getting cut off a little bit. Maybe not. John is a fisherman who comes from another world. John was given a task by the king of his land, a man named King Triton, to retrieve an artifact of great power guarded by a creature residing in the deepest part of the ocean. After John attempts to retrieve this artifact and returns empty-handed, he is punished and tortured by the king's Archmage. During this time, John was cursed with immortality from aging in order to become a long-term experiment. But John was able to escape with the aid... It's so weird just saying John. He's John Angler. You have to say the Angler, too. Yeah, they are slightly cut off. But, I mean, the boat does... The sheet does end right here. Like, this is the end. You just can't see it, like, it cut off. Oh, well. Jangler, yeah, exactly. He was able to escape with the aid of his close friends, after which he traveled around his world exploring the unknown and learning the ways of water magic. At some point, John couldn't find anyone left in his world, leaving him to believe that he had outlived all humans and was the only one who remained. Oh, that's such an interesting, like, way to think about the Great Anomaly. Because having immortality, I mean, that's a possibility. In a moment of desperation, he wished on the stars to bring him to a place where others who were like him. He fell asleep and found that his ship had arrived in Solace. He met the people of Solace and discovered an event known as the Great Anomaly, believing this might be the reason for everyone's disappearance from his world. John now attempts to find out what the Great Anomaly is, and any anomalies that he can uncover to understand how they happen and what they're capable of. With the creation of the Office of Anomaly Research and the aid of his faction co-founder, he aims to find the source of what is happening in Solace. That's cool. Valerie, thanks for following. We have RLRKD Hall. Nickname Hall. Thank you. Slime. Hall is the town founder and builder of the small town named Ravenport. The town is a medieval-style town with a large port, with cargo going in and out from ships each day. Hall started building the town after getting into the cargo ship business. After building the port, he decided to build the town for people to live, including himself. The reason Hall built this town is not to become a nation or faction, but to become an area where anyone could go to see the sights and glory of the town. Unbeknownst to Hall, weird noises have been heard from under the town, and no one knows where it's coming from. This is a Hall for a different universe, not related to Hall for Season 5. Oh, unrelated character. I thought these were the same character. My bad. And then we have Starry, the second character from Spawn. Starry is from a place they call Hell. Starry is a trickster demon taking the form of a golden dragon. They're one of the current leaders of Kindlegrim. They label themselves second in command or the right-hand man, not the actual leader. She has secrets only few know, yet she knows more than she'll tell you. No one asked about it. They're picky on who they like and don't like, so if you received a nickname from them, then you're liked in a way. Starry arrived on Solace during an adventure, exploring the world as her brother used to. Maybe she's looking for him, maybe not. A secret they won't tell. They're known to reference random things that make no sense. It's advised to just smile and nod. Questioning their sanity will result in them referencing more nonsense. While yes, they're a demon, holy water will not work on them, nor do exorcisms. It's unsure why, but even from hell, those never truly worked. I mean, it could be that this is like the hell in this case is like a planet or something. You might live now? I hope, Grim. Has 2 different sets of outfits if she's doing stuff around Kindlegrim, or if they're out and about. Why do they have 2 outfits? Because can't a girl just have her own clothing? Yeah, that's true. Why don't we all wear different clothes? Freya has been wearing the same outfit since season 1. Well, technically not. Because I did change skins like twice, but... has little tea dates with a guardian angel. They're best friends who gossip. Interesting. We have entity number 0. This looks scary. This is CJ's character. This thing has been causing problems. There are resources in there that we need, and it's not letting us pass. Just shoot it. It can't be that difficult to. This reminds me of like an SCP. You don't understand. It's fast. Every time it sees me seeing it, normally it bolts before I can even blink. Normally? Yeah, normally. Look at my arm. What the hell do you think did that? This is like an SCP. Me when I designed 5 outfits instead of actually making lore. That's so real. Mika, welcome! We have Zay Elira. Brief summary. More depth lore will be on another sheet. Okay. Zay is a Villari. Trained warriors, yet elegant. Cat-like beings who thrive using arcane magic. However, she was different. Due to a pact made by her parents when she was younger to save her life, she had a darker side. She has the ability to sprout demonic wings, but was that all? She sought out the people who gave her this ability to learn more. But that's when the great anomaly happened, wiping out everyone she ever knew. She was all alone. But then she received a transmission from Freya about a safe haven, Solace, where she now helps to try and rebuild what was lost, as she bears the weight of her world's extinction in quiet silence. Still searching for the truth, answers about her powers, the anomaly, and whether her dark side is a curse or the key to her survival. Born on the small planet of Valeria? Her people, the Villari, were trained warriors, yet we already saw this. Zay was different, marked by her white hair, and a dormant darker side. She had the ability to sprout demonic wings, we know that. When she was young, on the brink of death, her parents made a pact with some Villari who had used the arcane magic of their planet for wrongdoing. They'd hoped Zay would never find out, but at the age of 19 she did, causing her relationship with her family to weaken. She went to find the wrongdoers. She reached the sound, hearing many people socializing, until silence. That's when the great anomaly happened. She spent hours searching the town, and then she went home hoping her family was okay, but nobody was there. I'm kind of skimming through this because we already read a lot of these sentences in the previous one. She fell into a state of depression. What had happened? Was she the last Villari left? As she collapsed on the floor, she heard a transmission coming from a radio. A heavenly voice. Oh! What's funny is I think it's like... Well, actually, no. Freya probably recorded the message. Maybe both of them. I'm thinking... Because, like, Marcella was the one that's, like, set it up to, like, send out messages or whatever. I'm assuming. Someone else was alive. The voice gave coordinates. A name, Solace. So she went. She flew there! Wow. Upon landing on the new planet, she was a ghost of her former self. Zay was given sanctuary among the other survivors of this great anomaly. Not only as a survivor, but as one who might one day rebuild. Though soft-spoken and distant, Zay bears the weight of her world's extinction in quiet silence. That's cool. We have Sam. Now this is going to be kind of hard to read, so I'll zoom in here. Hello there. You probably don't remember me, but I remember you. All of you. Well, almost all, or some of you. You get the point. Enough with introductions. Experiment 091. A failed experiment conducted by a scientist called Dr. Komori, who after fusing a computer to his head to hopefully advance civilization, a malware in the computer drove him mad, forcing him to create more of the robotic humanoids in an attempt to create an army to take over the world. However, in the middle of Experiment 91, the Great Anomaly incident happened, wiping everyone on the planet except for Sam. How lucky. I feel like a lot of these, if there's anything like to keep in mind when writing your lore, it's 90% of the universe that disappears. Not like everyone. There can be more people still left on your planet. Like if, the US's population is what, like 390 million or something? There would still be 39 million people left. Right? No, 3.9. Whatever, there would still be millions of people left. And the US, or the world is like, what, 8 billion, 9 billion at this point? Like, if it was 10 billion people, 1 billion people would still remain. You could still have people on your planet. Like, a lot of them. It would be very, very rare for everyone except your character to disappear, if that makes sense. Continuing on. The Great Anomaly, due to the lab being left unchecked, a prototype machine meant for teleportation overcharged, causing the lab to warp into randomly selected coordinates, which so happened to lead to Solace. Very convenient, huh? Almost like someone purposefully messed with the machines it would go to. It was me. I messed with it. You felt like a mummy waking from his tomb. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here. If there was, they could be a bunch of different areas of the world. It's likely only one person could be on a land alone. But, like, if you have, like, 100 people in a village, and that's a tiny village, you'd still have 10 people. Who would all be, like, shouting and, like, where'd everyone go? If you had 1,000 people, like, think of, like, the town you live in. Like, I live in a town of, like, 1,000 people. There would still be 100 people there. I could probably go door to door and be like find someone at least. I don't know. Maybe I'm being picky. But it's very unlikely that there's 0 people that you can find. After waking up in an abandoned underground ruined lab with no memory of anything regarding his life with the word Red One Anda burned into his left arm, he would find to see that the lab seemed to have merged with the cave it was in. Multiple things in the lab missing or blocked off by pillars, cave walls, or stalactites and stalagmites. After making his way out of the lab, he would find himself in a world he did not recognize called Solace. Oop. After noticing his breathing and voice seemed a bit staticky, he looked at his reflection in a nearby source of water, only to see a computer fused to his head. He was not one to trust people easily and was often the paranoid type as well. After some events, or after he sealed himself underground in an ocean, or a being or virus made itself known, introducing himself as Lynx, a self-aware virus made up of several personalities which would be listed in a future time, hopefully. After many events such as the protest on Monocorp and the Crystal virus, with some encouragement from a strange talking cat named Simon, which will be explained another time, he finally moved buildings to a new home in an ice biome in the corner of the border. And by then he had met many people, including one specific person you remember by the name of Alfie! They were an interesting person. They were similar in a way. At least I think, again, I'm basing this off of my memory. I might be wrong. He did not trust them at first, but slowly they eventually became friends. He did not want to lose them, and he tried his best, experimenting over and over with different medicines before making a specific one that seemed to work, removing the parasite's control for a time. If only it were that simple, though. Even after making modified versions, doctor's appointments, and more vials shortly after the death of someone Alfie knew, only a short while later they took their own life in an attempt to exterminate the parasite within them, which may or may not have worked. How would I know? After their spirit came back, they eventually went to say goodbye to Sam. A bit before Alfie took their own life, Lynx had made a project called Project Transfer, due to sensing the end of what he called the season. We have eras. You can, on the wiki, we call the season eras, because it's roughly a year in Earth time, but, we just call it eras. Yeah, the crystal infection. Mimikyu Spectre, welcome. One specific person named Alfie. Okay. In an attempt to separate himself from Sam's body, which he successfully did, transferring himself to a different dimension or world, planning on returning next season. Returning in the next era. However, in the process damaged Sam due to the project requiring a high amount of electricity. He obtained via electricity, leaving Sam with some... Wait. He got electricity via electricity? High amount of electricity, which he obtained via electricity. Anyway. Leaving Sam with some damage, some fading fast, but some permanent, which now brings us to the current or new season. Oh, this zoomed in way too far. He appears to wear black pants, red and black sneakers, a white long sleeve t-shirt with a black suit vest over it, and a red tie that appears burned at the end, making it shorter. His clothes appear burned and damaged, with the vest having a few tears and a missing button. Wow, this is very detailed. I'm gonna skip through this. His computer wired and bolted on his head, preventing him from being able to take it off. His right hand appears to have a Lichtenberg scar, suggesting most of his upper body is covered in these permanent scars. The computer seems to have the strange ability to make him manifest or become the person of that which he reads the journal of, or log off if they are deceased. He cannot recall what happened during. It also allows him to scan someone, getting a full description of their vitals and health. Should be a doctor. And lastly, the most strange ability he seems to have is stronger immunity to infections, parasites, and viruses, only experiencing stage 1 symptoms before the disease or parasite dies off, perhaps an aftermath of the experimentation he underwent. If you do not remember, it will be explained another time. It will be explained another time! Explaining the crystal infection is like that one SpongeBob picture where Mr. Krabs is explaining something to SpongeBob and Squidward is in the dark. The crystal infection was like almost like a zombie-like virus, but it was the amethyst infection. So, you know, like amethyst in Minecraft. It was like a disease that caused you to like grow crystals on you. Amethyst crystals. You're immune to the crystal infection. Interesting. I think probably Freya being made of energy probably was also immune. Zombie but bling. Exactly. Yeah, it was alien stuff. You can find a little Easter egg of it in the lobby. Current whereabouts unknown. Seems to have cut himself off from everyone again for seemingly an unknown reason. If one were to find and approach him, do be wary, since the last time he was seen, he was reported to be armed with a crossbow, perhaps used for hunting. And then whatever this is. Anyone want to try to decipher that? Take a picture of it. Unless... Did someone get it already? No? Wait. No. Anyone want to try to decipher that? We have greed. I like the dollar sign in it. Having ancestry in a faction long forgotten. Greed. If you're talking about Felidae can't be more than 6 years old. Greed founded Aratus with an insatiable desire for success and influence. He established the treasury, market, and even his own company, all with the sole purpose of a collective prosperity. He worked tirelessly to make sure everything ran smoothly, and over time his name became synonymous with success and opportunity. Nice. You have translations in the Lorem? Oh, here we go. Aha! See you on the big day, hopefully. I can't wait to see what's in store. Yours truly, Oliver. Thank you! Lore sheets. Lore sheets. There we go. Freya, my goat. I think I helped Kurfik make this. Or looked over it, I don't know. Kurfik is a scientist. She enjoys studying things to see how they work to help others. Well, she got what she wanted. But at what cost? Everything she had created for herself and for others is gone. Fivehead is gone, her friends are gone, even Frostfire. The faction she created to help others is gone. With these losses comes the information she wanted. She's found out where she came from, who her parents are, even why and how she got to Solace in the first place, but she still feels empty, like a hole that can't be filled no matter what she fills it with. And worst of all, Crux and Morena are still in her head like a twisted Moon Knight comic. Still, she continues her mission to help as many people as she can, and nothing will change that. Oh yeah, I forgot Frostfire got blown up last season. I'm sorry. Keela, thanks for following. We have Estelle Kyn? K-Y-N? A jackalope hybrid. Interesting. Kindlegrim. Estelle grew up in the countryside with her mom, dad, and younger sister in a small cottage in the woods. She lived by her childhood best friend, and they had matching hairpins as a memory of their friendship. When the great anomaly happened, she was the only one left. She spent weeks trying to find someone, anyone, but to no avail. Eventually, Estelle came across Solace. However, it was during the Dark Ages, and she hid away in the edges of the lands, not wanting to engage in any conflict. When things started improving, Estelle came across Kindlegrim, which reminded her of her old home and life. She started having hope for the future, of having a community again, but by then she had already changed. Estelle was less vibrant, less social, a shell of her past self. She now seeks to settle down and find out the truth of the Great Anomaly. She needs to know what happened to them, no matter how much she might not like it. I like that, she landed, like, she came to Solace in the Dark Ages, but then didn't show up until now. That's cool. I like that. I'm writing this so I don't forget. I woke up in an unknown place with very few memories. I don't know how I got here. I'm keeping a list of important things in case I lose my memories again. We need to have a I lost my memories counter. This is the first one, I think. So keep that. This is number 1. How many people have lost their memories? My name is Cameron, I think. This planet is called Solace. I'm human. This place is mostly safe. There was a calamity that wiped out 90% of life in the universe. Everyone on this planet is a survivor, including me. I recently launched a cartography company called the Lilac Expeditions. Whose are we on? We are on Crisptex. Oh, detailed information. I have a knack for building and tinkering with mechanical things. I love to explore and chart unknown territories. I have vague memories from stuff from my homeworld. I used to enjoy, like, video games, music, movies, and Magic the Gathering. I miss them. That is cool. I feel like I'm gonna need water in a little bit. I'll go in a bit. We're still on the 5th of June. It is now July. We've got a ways to go. Gulpson, my character, hit his head too hard. We got Rose Grimm. Rose awake in her tower to strangers stealing from a planet they thought was devoid of life. Not remembering what happened before she died, the intruders informed her of a great anomaly. With nothing and no one else, she befriended these strangers and joined their crew. One day, though, as they landed on a planet known as Solace for supplies, the crews turned against her and abandoned her on this planet. Left with nothing to do and no one to call a friend, she created the kingdom Noctal. Hi, Grimm. Placeholder text. Great, that's the best lore sheet. Oh, is this the same lore sheet? This is also Sam. Yeah. And another thing. Alright, we got from CJ. Wait, didn't CJ... I feel like I'm going crazy. We already read not these exact things, but same people. Are people just putting stuff because they couldn't write in Lore Tuesday? Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's a happy guess. I can't wait till we can add those. We have Benjamin. A creative yet bizarre person that you can meet on your journey across the land. Many claim to meet this bizarre individual on their journey in the past, which you will find strange due to the fact that most are older and yet he seems to be a young man by his appearance and his mannerisms. If you leaned an ear and allow him to speak to his mind, you would find that he knows more than he lets on. Tales of long-lost civilization, of ancient people who could harness the power of the world around them. He would tell you of their great deeds and of their sins. The appearance of this young man is as bizarre as his personality itself. Variations of clothes and outfits that he seemingly pulled out of thin air. The only thing that is consistent across his outfits is an amulet, seemingly made of gold, and a larger gem that at times shifts from emerald green to lapis lazuli blue. His physical appearance is not out of the ordinary. Likes animals, painting, drawing. Dislikes racism. And misinformation. And hacker. Alright, cool. Oh, what is this? Here are my skins and names for future members. Okay. You will most likely never see me in those skins because they are cringe now. But cringe is dead, I agree. Cringe is a thing of the past. These are cool. I do need to get water. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I got my throat's starting to hurt, and there's a lot of stuff that I have to read. So, continuing. Is it Okal or Okal? I love how so far my season 6 is lagging, dying, and lag. Oh, Krim. Okal was born on the war-torn planet of Harmonia to the kind of juxtaposition of war-torn and Harmonia to the underground dwelling Wardens. We have another Warden character. She was abandoned on the surface due to her small size. On the surface, she was found by a warlord named Ocania, and quickly rose through the ranks of his army, becoming a power-hungry general in no time. The great anomaly occurred. Okal was in the middle of a furious battle when in the blink of an eye everyone was gone, leaving her and only her on the battlefield. See, this is where it gets a little unrealistic with the numbers. Like I was saying earlier, there's no way that 10%, like that last 10% that should remain, went down to like 0.001%. There's, like, in this case, if there's like, even just like a few hundred people fighting, there would be at least like 10, 15 left. At least. Being the only known remaining person on the planet, she had nothing to do but explore the world. She found libraries and learned many things, eventually getting the knowledge and materials needed to make a ship to escape to a planet she'd heard of called Solace. She left Harmonia behind forever, visiting various planets before eventually crashing on Solace and losing all of her shit. What's the thing? Freakish cat. Freakishly canny. Freakish cat. What is that? Name Thurbus Forge Buckle? No way. Oh, this is Steph. That's why. Thurbus Forge Buckle. I have no friends. I have no enemies. After going on a big and long archaeological expedition, Thurb returned to him planet with the proud relic to find out the world has entered chaos. His friends and family have vanished and all society has collapsed. After refueling in the last few working landing pads, he took back off, shocked, scared, and in search for the next expedition. What happened, and who else has this happened to? We are a strong and smart species, searching for all the relics and wanting to share knowledge across the realm. We believe in knowledge and money. Oh, you should join Aratus. Alright. Got Jay. Underwater? Rosanna Rosalie. Rosie used to travel with her mom and the crew, but she didn't really like it because she never got to leave the ship, no matter where they stopped. So one day she did something horrible that day to everyone on that ship, but after the incident she passed out and woke up in a place she's never been before. She woke up in the middle of a forest and was very confused because she was on a ship in the middle of the water, so she's now just trying to survive. I will say, if you want to improve this at all, give like, there was a storm and she was washed ashore or something. Thanks for following, Mom. Mambo? Yeah, have it like a storm happened, or, you know, she fell off of the ship and washed up ashore. The, like, waking up in a random forest, I mean, unless there's something different that happened. I just try to stray away from the,
You know?
I woke up and I have no memories thing, because that happens a lot. Alright, here we go. Sorry, something in my eye. Nora is a sea witch. Rosie's a character she uses across multiple servers. We're plotting with that one. Oh, okay, okay. Mambo, says Freya. Like Mumbo? Like Mumbo Jumbo? Guys, what if we got one of the... What's the server that they play on? I forget the name! What if we got one of them to play on the Smile SMP? That'd be cool. Nora is a sea witch. You fell down the rainbow flight of stairs when I first ended up in Solace. That's so sad. Hermitcraft. Yeah. What if we got Hermitcraft to play on the Smile SMP? That'd be cool. Anyway, Nora is a sea witch coming from the deep depths of the ocean. After the Great Anomaly wiping out most of her kingdom, including the Queen, she was exiled from her home kingdom. Redacted for her greed for power and misuse of dark magic, taking almost all of the magic in her body from her until she fought back with the little she had left, and ran, or swam, away. She eventually sought out a place called Solace. In order to walk on land and breathe human air, with the last of her magic, she put a spell on a seashell necklace to let her turn into a human. As long as she didn't take the necklace off, she joined the faction Kindlegrim. As long as she didn't take the necklace off. She joined the faction Kindlegrim partly because she knew that if she made connections in this place, she would do business easier, and partly because she was interested in the deity they worship, Malgriffin. I love the skin, that's so cool. I remember seeing this last season. I think. Our first successful revolutionary project. The product of accumulation, oh my god, of years of research. The early days of bringing the subject into the lab for the first time made my trainee years bright of hopes and ambitions, especially knowing what type of monsters I'd be creating. It began with excited whispers. My colleagues and I had been discussing the possibilities of these rather special chosen ones, not caring about failing protocol and ethical considerations. We were all crazed with power, captive and chained to the excitement. As we started, this was good writing. As we started our work with the subjects, I noticed my last lines of right and wrong were starting to blur. My experiment's distress increased drastically, that starry light in their eyes so purely shining, now diminishing under our brutality. Despite telling myself that this wasn't all just for selfish reasons, and that it was all but noble, everything changed the day of the explosion. That cold night, a chilling sound from outside echoed in the lab, interrupting the usual annoying hum of all the machinery. My main concern, of course, was rushing to my subjects, but what I found only sunk the growing pit in my stomach. The testing room had been completely destroyed, from the outside in, rubble and snow covering the floor like weeds. And as for the subjects... ... Ooh. I like that. That was really good. I, too, used Skindex. We have Televi! Playing as Haven this time. Remnants of stardust recovered on the most recent space expedition fused with shadows in a dark corner of the lab on Zethia. It formed a creature and model of the human scientists working there. She was held there until a mysterious entity gave her a way to escape, and the mask that she wears. After she escaped, the great anomaly happened, and Zethia was gone. She fled to Solace because she didn't know where else to go. Actually, I had a crazy thought. Because when I read Zethia was gone, I know it meant the people, but I was thinking the planet disappeared. What if there was a living planet? The people didn't know was alive, and they were on it, and then the great anomaly happened, and the planet disappears. Because it's a living creature. That would be crazy. That would be cool. That would be unfortunate for everyone. What if? As in what if? What if Freya turned into the planet? That's the next what if season. She fled to Solace because she didn't know where else to go. Goals are start a better life on Solace and make new friends to escape her past. Find the entity who helped her escape. Stop the Ether program from hunting her. Ooh. I like it. The Man of Bats. Gorstog. As a child, he heard stories of the overworld, of the green grass, blue skies, and flushed with life. But after ascending from the void, nothing was as described. The grass wasn't green, it was rarely ever there. The skies crying blood and leaking tears. Life was few and far in between, surviving off what people would have called the essence of life. But now I use the word life ever so sparingly as what life I had seen I couldn't call living, more like suffering until an end arrives. At some point in my mindless wandering, I stumbled across a civilization. Solace, they referred to it, as I had not heard this word before, nor knew what it was. But this place, it was that! I entered this last hope for life and redemption, and survived off the land, eventually starting a new life within the city. He said life. He said life. I'm seeing how short some people's are on these and now fearful when you have to read mine. It's okay. You should have seen the length of some things I had to read last season, especially in the Lore Tuesday channel. But I am going to, kind of skim through these because we have a lot to cover. This is when everyone really started joining. I think it was the 24th, 25th, right before the server opened. We have Star. I'm going to go into the backstory. Star grew up on a fairly peaceful planet, helping their parents run a supply shop that was popular with the locals and almost every traveler that passed by. Everything after the Great Anomaly was a blur. He remembers getting into a ship, then suddenly nothing, until they managed to stumble upon Solace. Since then, they've been wandering the land, hoping to find somewhere to call home again. That's cool. I like the purple vibe going. We have Bagel. Havoc Forge Mail. Is this the Havoc, from Avira's story? Or different Havoc? I feel like the Havoc before was with a C, right? Wolfblood, but thanks for following. Yeah, the TikTok, this happens every season where I start, posting stuff, and then like 300 people joined, and I'm like, oh, it's a little overwhelming. But this season we were like prepared for that. All right. I should not eat while doing this. On Havoc's world, the gods were very intertwined with their mortal lives. His family, the Forge males, worked and were taught by the smithing goddess Ulta. They all lived in a massive walled city named Bjorn. One day, the god of light, Rain, decided that his people should rule over the entire planet. So began the God Civil War. That's so badass. There were two sides of Rain's, which were the Lightbearers, and then the Deepfall, which was everyone who opposed him. Bjorn was deep in Deepfall territory and supplied them with weapons to fight against the Lightbearers. In order to cut off supplies, Rain used his most dangerous weapon, the Laying Star. It only took 3 to wipe out the city. As the city was being destroyed, Ulta gave Havoc 2 things, a blessing and a curse. The curse allowed Havoc to survive the fall of Bjorn, and he would later meet Malgrifin. Oh! He met Malgrifin! That's cool. Havoc would join Malgrifin and help recruit more members. After the incident, Havoc blamed himself for what happened to Malgrifin, and the cult eventually left the planet. Then the Great Anomaly hit, greatly reducing the member count, so they stopped at planets to recruit people till they reached Solace. Havoc now helps the cult with their gear and guides them. That's cool. Dude, the Kindlegrim lore is so cool. Half of the people leave at the end of the season 2. I watched it drop from 1,000 to 900. Yeah, well, I think also there were some people, like, season 1, we gained all 1,000 of the people who were in here, or something. Not all 1,000. It was, like, up to, like, 700 or something. And then we gained another 300, which brought it to 1,000. But I think there were a lot of people from season 1 and 2 that just never left. And so they, after getting more and more pings, they're just like, I'm out of here, kind of thing. Oh, I love Walmart sugar cookies, dude. They're so good. Michael! Michael used to live in the Nether with his dad, Brutus. But one day their home was attacked, causing him to flee. He found the Nether portal and came through it, blacking out once on the other side. When he awoke, he was dead, his skin rotting, but still awake. He ran into a man named Grim Altiora, who adopted him. His new father was eventually taken over by a creature known as the Watcher, and so Michael was put into the care of his godmother, Freya. Wait, I get to take care of Michael? I didn't know this. That was until another zombie like him came and adopted him. Oh, okay. But I got to take care of Michael. He now lives in Noctal with his new mother and sister. I love Michael. Michael. The eye emojis? Grayson. Grayson is a usually quiet person, keeps to himself. When he woke up one day to find no one anywhere, he was scared for his life. He went all over the place to find someone, and when he found the beacon, he immediately rushed to where it was coming from. Goals. Motivation to not be alone in the world. Aww. Oh, he's half dragon. A lot of dragons this season. I'm excited. I don't usually eat a Jack in the Box because I'm vegetarian. But those sound good. You're being Michael lore heavy this season? You're gonna break my heart. Don't do anything bad to Michael. He deserves the world. Give you that waffle? You want a bite? Nom nom nom. I think they're from Costco. There's so many pings. I think this person got banned. I'm skipping that one. Or maybe not banned. Maybe they got brought back. Are they still here? No, they got banned. We have Enka. I like that name. Enka was born on the planet Nitara. Oh, you can't see it if I do that. Her people were called Laika, which had deep-sounding male voices. The planet was strife and war. Famine was common. Few were able to make it into adulthood. On a day like any other, there was nothing. A quiet void where there was war. She traveled day and night, eventually finding a beacon. She got in a small craft and flew towards the beacon coordinates, eventually finding a safe place to call home. Was arrested multiple times for stealing food. Is wanted for stealing seed and saplings. Also, you don't have to put all these things on here if you don't want to write them. I apologize in advance for Michael's lore. You are not forgiven. Don't do anything to him. I love Michael. Roka. Roka grew up in a Viking tribe. Vikings! That mainly worshipped and respected the god Thor. My brother is named after Thor. And that's why I'm named Freya. Though that was like many tribes. Roka was the second born to the chief. Her older brother was next in line to become the chief, leaving Roka with much more time, but also a lot less attention. Unlike most in the tribe, she wasn't a good fighter, so she would try her best to learn, but never did well enough to be noticed. Her mother had been lost at sea a couple years ago, and it shattered her and her brother's father. The tribe had a hard time while grieving the loss of the chiefess, but after a while they moved on. One day the chief went to Roka to have her go out to sea to do some fishing for the village, saying that something about her brother would be busy training. So she took a boat and left the village for the sea. After a few days she had a good batch and was starting her way back when a terrible storm started and something in the water attacked her boat, sending her overboard. Unknown to her, it was the Great Anomaly. Oh! The Great Anomaly is a sea creature now! So, to make this actually work, you could have a big storm, and when she finally makes it through, everyone's gone. But the Great Anomaly is not the Loch Ness Monster. Anyway, when she woke up, she couldn't remember anything and has to rebuild her life. Other than that, great. Okay. Why are you crashing out? You're crashing out because something I said? Are you trying to stick bug and it's not working? Why is stick bug not working? What the hell? You're being hunted by Comet? Also, why is stick bug not working?
Never back down, never what?
Never give up.
Never back down, never what?
Never give up.
Stick bug isn't even here. Okay, I have to fix the I have to fix the stick bug thing. That's fine. I'll write that down. Okay. I'm sorry, Kath. You could do this. I'll refund everyone's points for the stream. We got MJ. Character name Bovark. Barovich. Bovark is it like bovine? Bovark is a dimension hopper and a chimera, man-made being with multiple people in one body. While Bovark was setting up a small camp, the Great Anomaly event occurred, and their multiversal guide was stolen during the Lawless Anarchy and is now stranded in this universe. Now Bovark is trying to return home to the Khajer universe. Oh, that's cool. Cloudy, welcome. I know the stick bug doesn't work for whatever reason. I think because it's in a folder. Maybe if I ungroup, it might work now. Well, no, actually, it's not because it's in a folder. It's because I renamed the thing to Lore Tuesday instead of gaming. That's what I renamed my scene. Actually, wait, maybe I could fix it. Hold on. Lore Tuesday. Get stick bugs. Yeah, maybe I do need to ungroup it. Hold on. Okay, this should work now. The stick bug should work now. Yeah. No, in the beginning it's really, really long. We're only here. We have to get all the way down here. We have Wolf blood. Wolf grew up in a facility with many other races being experimented on. A lot of people get experimented on. That's not good. One day around the age of 5, an experiment went wrong and he was killed. That's when a god named Una found him. Una comforted Wolf and gave him a chance to go back and help in exchange for Wolf as his personal soldier and observer. Wolf at the time didn't know what that meant, but agreed. A few years later, around age 15, he and the rest of the subjects escaped. A plan Wolf made himself, but in the process died again and was taken to a new part of his world. Exploring and battling, he traveled different worlds, dying and being taken to a new one by the god themselves, or staying in limbo as they wait for the next order. When the great anomaly happened, Una was confused, as well as Wolf, and Wolf agreed to go to a new world to observe and try to understand what was going on. This was also his first order that wasn't a fight, but he was still worried, so he made sure to be prepared. I like that, and this art is killer! This is cool. I like that a lot. Very unique. Wolf's lore was mostly created to just explain how Minecraft respawns work and different SMPs I've been on since I like keeping them connected. That's a good one. This is well thought out. I like this a lot. Good job. We have Cookie. A Cookie. On the day... Oh! And Hades. Carly and Jacob. On the day of their departure, they waved goodbye to their loved ones, knowing that they would one day return. Goose! Thank you for the 2 gift subs! Mimikyu and Divine got one. Nice! My mom didn't make the bacon that was in our fridge and now it went bad. Oh no! That's so sad. They waved goodbye to their loved ones, knowing that this would one day return. On the ship during their downtime, Jacob taught Carly his hunting techniques, practicing on dummies and targets, and she taught him the basics of aviation. Unexpectedly during their expedition, an essential part of their ship, the Infinitum 1, detached. In light of this event, they had to crash land on an unfamiliar planet, putting a massive dent in their expectations. In order to fix the ship and continue their plan, they had to stay on the planet for months, gathering the resources necessary to survive and repair the Infinitum 1. After a year of struggle, they were finally able to replace the missing part and took off to start their journey anew. But just when they thought they saw the light at the end of the tunnel, disaster struck. The great anomaly. Being out in space, they had no clue what happened, but after years more wandering, they were finally drawn to solace. Carly grew up on Alpharet Delta, a wonderful Earth-like planet that she called her home. Though her own planet meant very much to her, she longed to explore the universe throughout much of her childhood. She begged and begged and begged, and finally her parents let her train to become a pilot so she could view the wonders not yet seen. In her early adulthood, she had completed her training as well as a well-esteemed pilot and was ready to move towards the next step. However, to do so, she would need an accomplice. Luckily, during her training, she had met an engineer working on the aircraft with whom she became the best of friends. He was an experienced hunter and could be an incredible asset with his mechanical knowledge. She expressed her desire to go out and see the world, and he agreed to assist her. Jacob also grew up on Alpharet Delta, a wonderful Earth-like planet that he called his home. Throughout his childhood, he expressed an interest in hunting and enlisted in an archery academy at a young age. He grew up to be an experienced hunter, but lo and behold, he still had to go to college. He got an education in the next best thing, mechanical engineering. Though archery and hunting was his passion, he got his job as an engineer and mechanic at a nearby airbase. In his free time, he would go to the forest or range, but someone at work ended up catching his eye instead. He met a pilot by the name of Carly, who was passionate about exploring the universe. The two became the best of friends and made plans to travel the world together with her piloting skills and his mechanical skills and survival expertise. I love this. This is great. 10 out of 10 lore sheet. Magpie. I like it when people have conjoined backstories. Me too! It makes it so much more fun. There is some really cool lore. Like, just wait. Just wait till we get into the deep stuff of the Lore Tuesdays. Two gods named Ever and Terran. They weren't on good terms, and another got annoyed with them, so... Oh boy, the kerning on this is really messing with me. She pushed their hearts and souls together to create a new being. She needed a vessel, and this one, she dug up a dead body. This new body and soul would become Magpie. Ever and Terran basically lived in Magpie's head. After the Great Anomaly happened, Magpie floated around in a state of a coma in whatever was left of the universe, until he crashed with Solace and a young girl helped him. She showed him to her village. Magpie was loved there except by one person. In his last life, he was a killer. The two gods were made of destruction and rage. This made him automatically clear out the whole village after gaining their trust.
Never give up!
But the young girl he spared. The guy who didn't like him killed her, though. Magpie was destroyed, and he split his heart in two and gave it to her. They became bound, and she became a flying little ball floating around Magpie. You should use the particle effects to get the little ball floating around. Lemon! Trying to convince my boyfriend to join so I can make conjoined lore with him. Do it. If you are Mika's boyfriend... Hold on. Hello. If you are Mika's boyfriend, you should join the Smile SMP right now! And make conjoined lore. Because it would be cool. Do it! There you go. Show that to him. I hope that helps you convince him. We have Nixon. He was raised by only by his human mother, who named him after Nyx, after a goddess of the night. Ooh! Same name as Spawn, one of Spawn's characters. Although he was never told why and who his father is, but he ended up becoming an adventurer/mercenary after she died of natural causes when he was 28. After his mom's death, he dedicated all his time to adventuring and occasional mercenary work, making a name for himself as the Night Stalker, as he would mainly carry out his missions in the night. On the day of the Great Anomaly, he was on a mercenary mission to hunt a monster with a group he had recently joined, but as they started the hunt, everyone but him and the monster disappeared, leaving him to fight it alone, causing him to lose his right hand, but later he stole a metal prosthetic hand to replace it. He's come to Solace from his planet Akumud through a spaceship he stole in order to escape the now desolate planet he once lived on, to settle down some and find some jobs. Awesome! Mira Archer. A student at Sector 324 Bioengineering Academy. One day she woke up for her midterm evaluation where she found out she was the only one at school. She wandered for days reading the manuals to operate a stellar transport. She eventually rode on a ship alone and explored to find life before eventually arriving on Solace. She has stayed relatively friendly but distant, and her main objective has been to find a pattern between the survivors and see if she can salvage her customs. Awesome. That's yours? Awesome. I love mob Minecraft feature inspired characters. That's so true. I love the flowers on this one. It's very easy to read. Thank you. We have Scientist. Like, that's your name is Scientist? That's kind of a cool name. I lived with my friend, my co-partner. We experimented a lot. We yearned for the knowledge found in the wide universe. We mixed and brewed. We had plans, big plans. I don't even remember how long ago it was. The Great Anomaly, as we call it, was what stopped our research altogether. I won't give up. I kept searching for the very person I lost that day, but in some way I've found a new friend. A new co-partner, perhaps. Solace has given me a new place to call home. I do not believe in unity between us. War is nature to the citizens. I rarely hear the news about what happens there. I keep to myself. Well, almost. There is a single person I allow near me for longer than approximately 1.34 hours. Maybe I will go insane, but that I'm willing to risk for the sake of our future, even if I'm not the biggest fan of other beings. No one here deserves to disappear. No one here should lose their home and loved ones ever again. There's so much left for me to learn, and I will do just that with all my being. But even though I keep to myself, I found comfort in the suffering of a companion. He shared a fate like mine, lost, alone, away from all he loves. We both lost a person close. He's a delight around my lab, even if we don't talk a lot. We learn to adapt together, support each other through the times we want to join in the fate of the long-lost souls. We figure out a world together, Tony and I. The only person around these parts I can relate to and trust in this solitude. And well, about my former lab partner, and it's all burned. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, the burn mark is really cool. I just had the most panic I have ever had in my time as a staff. Why? What happened? Hyvenix. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. The anomaly, known as Hyvenix, first appeared wandering through a distant quadrant by herself. Her only possession at the time was a scrap of torn paper with the words research notes, followed by incoherent scribbles. She seems to have lost her research group in the Great Anomaly. In her wandering, she ended up at Solace. She seems to be a passive being of indiscriminate origin who enjoys taking notes and learning about the world around her. Seemingly driven by curiosity, she has stated that she is eager to explore the world in its many forms. At this time, there are no concerns about her continued research within Solace. At this time? Are we going to have concerns about her continued research later on? The panic can be observed in staff. Well, I'm not going to open up all staff general chat on the stream. Wait, okay, I can do this. Let me see what happened. Hold on, I'm reading it right now. Someone changed every name on the wiki to theirs. That's so funny. Don't worry, even if we like deleted everything on the wiki, it can be rolled back. It's super easy. Yeah, you can roll back everything. Do not worry. But that is funny. Let me see. Wait. Let me see if I can show you what happened. It was in SMP members. It was Anastasia, 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 Anastasia. This is what it looked like. You're locking into the pages? Okay. I mean, it's fine. It can be rolled back. Like, not much happens on the wiki. Anyway, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. The Anastasia SMP. Just went through and locked all your pages. That's fair. That's fair. But remember, we can always go back and like look at who has made changes. It has a little log of where changes have been made. And I review that all the time. If you are messing with someone else's page, don't do that. Okay. We have Anthony, aka Tony. Tony Alamo. No one knows that reference except me and Virgil. For the Dementia SMP to the Anastasia SMP. He doesn't remember the moment in this world, the moment his world ended for him, only the pain after. One minute he was laying in a field with his older brother, staring at the stars. The next, everything was destroyed. He was one of the only survivors and the trauma changed him forever. As a phantom, ooh, another phantom! Tony doesn't walk in sunlight easily. He drifts through shadows. Half there, half wanting to disappear entirely. He doesn't speak much of the past, but those who've heard him whisper in his sleep say he's searching for someone, or something. He came to Solace not out of hope, but because it was the only place left that didn't turn him away. He believes the dead aren't truly gone, they just fade until someone remembers. Tony came to Solace to escape the quiet horror of being alone in a galaxy that doesn't care, but deep down he wants to know what really caused the anomaly and if anyone survived. Tony is haunted, literally and figuratively. Shadows whisper to him and sometimes he listens. He's torn between wanting to forget and needing to remember. He fears that chasing the truth about the anomaly will make him lose what little of himself is left. The remnants of Cypher's tech still litter Solace, and Tony can feel a pull, like it's calling to him. Ooh, that's cool! The tie-in to the main story? Others think he's imagining it, but he knows better. Whatever destroy the universe isn't gone, it's waiting, and it wants him to find it. Or maybe he needs to let go before it destroys him too. Find proof that the anomaly didn't take everyone. That's cool. I like the tie-in. Velrak Sirabar. The Spectral Warden. Another Warden! Let's go! The last of their kind in the aftermath of the Great Anomaly, they have found refuge on Solace. Driven by their ancient doctrine to preserve the sacred balance of life and death, they strive to construct a grand arcane apothecary that both operates as a place of research and prison to hold entities that seek to disturb the balance. Their loyalty rests with the most powerful of their order, the Reaper, a lich? I think it's lich, not lick. Entity that resides as his race's leader. While it can be misconstrued by the outsiders of the Wrathians' intent, their true goals lie in aiding the mortal world. Through their research in arcane bioengineering, they have brought many new species to being through their centuries-long teachings. That's pretty awesome. I wanted to redo my character sheet, but I can't send it because of the cooldown. You should be able to hit, like, edit on the thing. It should be, like, here, like a little, pencil. And you might be able to change the picture. Or put a link to the, like, you can link to a message. Like, if I go to Lore Tuesday and I want to link this, I can copy message link. And then you just paste that there. Should be fine. Oh, no, it took me to the bottom. Where was I? Here we go. Jonathan AWOL. My gosh, I'm getting so many scam calls. We're soon going to be seeing someone who helped me make their lore sheet, and soon Susu's. Ooh! A man, after crashing his spaceship into another, went into his escape pod and was frozen until it landed on the nearest planet. After picking up the beacon from Solace, it landed from the atmosphere into the ocean. And after the man woke up, he found his ship drifting to some land. New life, new people, new rules. Whatever happens here, he's going to survive no matter what, on his rules. Alright. We got Fiery! A cowboy from a dusty planet beyond the reach of the law. Fiery is from VV Carnelian, home to mechanical creatures and unruly outlaws from nearby galaxies. Ever since he was young, Fiery has worked hard to explore and record their dangerous home. Now she has a chance to explore a mysterious and unfamiliar world. Solace. This is such a cool design. I like the cowboy thing. Not very many people have done cowboys. I saw an insane pumpkin man, but their character sheet disappeared. Aw. Hit and run in space is crazy. Oh, it's fairy, not fiery. Alright. I hope I'm not mispronouncing that. Oh, we got Marcelo. My dear Marcelo. Oh, I said it right? Okay, cool. Space Cowboys! Everyone admire my man. This is Virgil's character, my boyfriend. Marcello was born in a village in northern Italy and from a young age became fascinated with the machinations of space travel. He wanted to learn and understand everything he could about how a spaceship works and journey to distant worlds. He spent his school days doodling little ships and space battles in his notebook. He excelled in math and physics, but struggled with subjects like history and language arts. Outside of school, he spent time playing games with his friends and building model kits he begged his parents to get him. By the time he graduated, he had the entire Orion fleet on a shelf in his bedroom. Marcello was the kind of person who had an eye for detail and knew exactly how to achieve his goals. By the time he was 16 in secondary school, the Navy approached him because they saw a bright young mind being wasted in his classes. Marcello had developed a tendency to ignore his schoolwork because it was boring to him. The school administration tried everything, but they just didn't have the skills that needed to occupy his mind. That's when the military offered him something he had been looking for his whole life, a way into the stars. At 16, he was pulled early from secondary school and started at the Junior Naval Academy before being transferred to the Soul Pact Academy of Naval Officers at 18. Marcelo had to study hard, and he was finally being challenged in school. At 22 years old, he graduated from the academy with a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and an associate's in computer science. His military service was nothing short of exemplary over the next 15 years, and he had finally landed himself the role of captain on board any ship that was available. Marcelo was always looking forward to what's next. The next star, the next problem, the next era. When he had heard there was a fleet of new ships coming out of the Pillars of Creation, he knew which ship he wanted to command. The Arcturus. State-of-the-art technology. The newest mission in the Navy. The next chapter of the Soul Pact Union. Marcelo had to be in the front seat, now that it was being held out to him. His fortune was short-lived. The great anomaly struck and took most of his crew. Marcelo and his crew drifted through space for a month until they encountered Freya, a Lumaran, my character, made of pure energy. After some difficulty, the two managed to communicate with each other. Through their travels, they learned that most of the universe had experienced the same anomaly. Freya created Solace, and Marcelo settled on the planet to help build infrastructure for all the new arrivals. The rest of the crew went their separate ways, leaving Marcelo on his own, on Solace. I just saw a dead spider on my sock, and I got so sad because he's dead. Good. Spiders are scary. I don't like them. Okay. Moving on. We have Hidden. After the devastating Great Anomaly, Hidden found themselves truly adrift, their already peculiar nature amplified by the sudden isolating void. Always perceived as the odd one out, kooky or strange, they were now utterly alone, a solitary figure in a cruel world. It was only then that they stumbled upon Krindlegrim. However, that life began to take root and flourish. Whatever. Here, Hidden not only survived but genuinely grew, finding a sense of belonging previously unknown. While many attributed Kindlegrim's remarkable cohesion and the rapid blossoming of its inhabitants to its soft, inviting atmosphere and undeniably homey feel, an unsettling whisper lingered among the shadows. Perhaps a more sinister, unifying force subtly wove its tendrils through the very fabric of this idyllic, thriving sanctuary. Ooh. Another Kindlegrim. Kindlegrim is going to be huge this season. Original name unknown. Known alias Trivar. We at the investigation team have done some extensive digging into Trivar's past and early whereabouts. We believe he comes from Project Souls, a project which had a group of rogue scientists experiment on anyone or anything they could. The project was to see how far the mind could go. From reports, we believe Trivar has two personalities. They are easily identifiable. One where he's very quiet and just watches you like he's observing. The other is when he's very talkative and very goofy. It's creepy. Eyewitness reports have stated... Eyewitness reports? Who's reporting on... Oh yeah, from reports. Who's reporting on this guy? Have stated they've seen Trivar in a daze, spouting religious nonsense. Perhaps a third personality? Trivar always wears a suit and tie, always with a mask with different types of markings. We've done some digging into the markings and haven't found anything. Word of advice? Might be the best to stay away. We don't know what he's capable of. Ooh. I just joined the server. I'm really excited to get into the lore. I was a little confused at first, but I'm getting there. Yeah, I know it's a little, like, there's a lot going on all at once. But as the season progresses, I really recommend just tuning in for as long as you want to into the Lore Tuesday streams. You'll get the hang of things. But yeah, it's super fun. And we're really chill here. Like, if you get overwhelmed and you don't want to participate, that's fine. You can just play Minecraft. You helped that person? I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Mom, I fixed the wiki. 07. I think this person left. I was kind of sad because they're like a little farmer. It was cute. Oh well. Barking Rug. Sprout. Born on a planet with no names. Siddiq. They were chosen to go... Thanks for following, Midnight Rose. They were chosen to go to their parents, Mama Rug and Papa Rug, by the all-knowing Dragon Egg. After living peacefully this way for 15 years, a great anomaly had cruelly taken away your entire planet's species but him. Again, you guys gotta, like, remember, people are gonna be left over. It's not 99.999%. It's 90%. There's still 10% of the universe remaining. I'm grading on my mega base while working on the stream. Awesome! I can't... Dude, some of the builds already are crazy. Doobie and Goose have a crazy base. I don't know how you do it. I'm working really hard on the community center. It's almost done. I'm so excited though. So hyped. Yeah. Some of the things that people build on the server, especially the Bedrock users, you guys are insane. How do you do that? Alright. She goes to a government base in search for what wiped away her entire race. They find a screen showing the disconnection of all people in her planet but herself. Finding this, she rips the chip from her neck, breaking it from shock and horror. Legs? Legs? Oh, the legs? Yeah, I saw those. I got messaged by Virgil. He's like, is this appropriate? I was like, hell yeah, big robot legs. Anyway, I heard it was a casino. Is that the casino? I don't know how you guys do it. I'm glad that we, what's it called? Lightmatica exists. I had never used it before until this season. It's crazy. It's so cool. The easy place is, like, life-saving. There's Goose. I just mentioned you. I was talking about you and Doobie's base. Someone made a sandcastle castle? Oh, that's so cute. Maybe I should make, like, a channel where people can show off their builds. Would you guys like that? Then you could, like, I mean, like, screenshots is one thing, but then, like, I could read it on stream. That'd be cool? Okay. I'll make it right now. If you guys want to put stuff in, I'll read it after Lord Tuesday. I'll move things into a new category, but server builds. You should be able to type in here. There. Alright, if you want to show off what you've been building, put it in server builds. It's underneath in character chat. I will put it somewhere later. But anyway, back to lore sheets. Oh, it brought us back to the bottom. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We are here. Okay. He notices a teleportation device and quickly takes it as she notices the anomalies approaching from the window. The great anomaly... Wait. This is a different anomaly approaching from the window. Quickly scrolling through the empty teleportative... Is that a word? Channels and visiting each one until she clicks a place named Solace. After landing in a world full of others trying to escape the great anomaly just like her, she learns to find new friends, how to build past the limits of her own planets, and the truth about the Ender Dragon. Ooh. I'm excited for that. I'm curious about the courthouse. Yeah, the Keepers of Solace builds are gonna be so good. We gotta get started on the other stuff too. Once I'm done with the community center, I might build some ideas in creative. And then, yeah. This is your character's mom? Oh my gosh, it is! Helena! Helena is the biological mother of Onyx, her old child. Her old child. His father going missing just when he was around 2, being turned into a vampire around the age of 20, which is also when Onyx was to be born. Her becoming a vampire mutated Onyx, making him a true-born vampire. Around the age of 36, Helena experienced a prophetic dream. In that dream, she saw Solace and a war breaking out against humans and vampires on her planet. Out of fear, she decided to take her and Onyx onto a spaceship she had found and quickly leave behind the planet for safety, which is how she ended up on Solace. Oh! So wait. If Solace is only 6 years old, is Onyx 6 years old? How old are you? I'm 4 years old! You are the youngest person ever! I really want to add that as a sound on this, Onyx can't be 16, though. Solace is, like, only 6 years old. Like, Earth years. Unless this is, like, not Earth years. Oh, he was born before Solace. Oh, when she was... Oh! When he was 16, she was 30. Oh, okay, okay. My bad. My bad. Wait, hold on. Actually, wait. I think I have to do it here. Hold on. I want to add the sound alert for... I'm 4 years old! Is the end ever going to be... Yes. Mid-July, we do, like, an event. It's probably going to be a smaller one this season, but we usually do, like, a big event, showing off the end and, like, doing the puzzle and stuff before it. But the schedules got a little bit messed up. We'll see how big it is this season. My alerts. I'm 4 years old. Channel points. Add button. New sound. I'm 4 years old. You are the youngest. Okay, is this it? Okay, that's gotta be it.
You know?
Okay, yeah. Let's do 400 channel points. Okay, saved. You can now redeem You Are the Youngest Person Ever. Because I wanted to. Kaigen. Kaigen is a part, all male species that closely resembles creaking. Not much is known about them except they plant their blossoms in trees to make more of them. Kaigen seems to be different as most of his species have green leaves with orange eyes. We believe this is caused by him being planted in a wisteria tree. Oh! Kaigen seems to also possess the power to enter others' minds at will. While he can't take control of them, he can enter their thoughts. When asked his goal, he replied to find my father. Then when asked for further explanation, he left with no reply. It smells like lavender or jasmine. Did the You Are the Youngest Person Ever not redeem? Why is it not working? Hold on, I'm rejecting this. Refund. You are the youngest person ever. Why did it not... Hello? Why is it not working? Thought Kaigen was really cool? Yeah! Why is it not working? I don't know why the youngest person ever thing isn't working. Maybe I refresh. No. I want it to work. What's Riz? Riz isn't working either. Oh no, Riz worked. It's like immediately stopping. Maybe audio and video?
What is your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
Okay, that might work better.
What is your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
Okay, that works. It should work now. Okay, back to this. Your horse drowned itself? Oh. That's so sad. I'm F in the chat for your horse. Sev! TLDR, 7 evil compatriots go dimension hopping and end up saying in solace so Sev can have a good relaxing vacation from his complex truth-seeking backstory. The long version. A scientist in no particularly important dimension splits their soul across dimensions during a fatal experiment. The soul's pieces are now each making up their own identity. are now the variants of the scientist. They each seek to unite as one someday, most ignorant to the impossibility of it. Sev, one variant of the scientist, finds himself confronted with two other variants, both dimension-hopping nut jobs seeking to ruin the peaceful existence Sev had accepted. After some talking, fighting, and a bit of extra complex backstory, Sev teams up with the two other variants to work on stabilizing other variants' soul pieces across different dimensions and understand his origins. Drawn by the anomalic event leaving Solace's dimension quieter and signals of another scientist variant, Sev and Co. decides to settle in. Oh, the variants! The two variants featured in Sev's story are Pain and Fear. Pain being the red eyeball and Fear, the tall lady linked to the robot baby. Both have the goal of convincing Sev to help them in their respective visions. This is so cool. This character design is really cool. But after some classic villain rehabilitation have realigned for the greater good. They might show up as alternate skins in game. Feel free to say hi in character. They don't fight anymore. Wow. Painfully annoying. I'm trying to write a summary here. Can you? Hello? I'm in pain. I'm pain. How are you? I'm greater, never better after spending my life being epic. Awesome. I'm trapped in an ocular device on Sev's face, and I love spying on things that interest me. I make video games. Hey, isn't that cool? You should ask Fear for a copy. Do you actually make video games? That's so cool. We go way back. She probably kept one. I'm also big into LARPing. You know, sword fighting? Come on, say hi if you want to duel it out. I also want to know what's up with the whole population disappearing act. Someone fill me in. Is there a library? There is a library. What do you mean, Robot Baby? Why is the scary lady involved? What lore is there for this? RB, or Robot Baby, is a creation of Sev. Originally glorified spy software, it now hosts the dimensional anomaly Fear, who is its acting guardian. RB shows up to help ease conflict or steal yummy snacks. RB likes eating batteries, apples, coral, and heavy machinery. RB likes making friends, looking in bugs, and hugging sheep and cows. RB only speaks in buzz. Buh. Fear is a formidable variant. She seems to stay to herself. Her form outside RB is a hologram. Hi, Fear. This is super cool. Buh. I like saying that. Buh. This is really, really cool. Is this from your server? I feel like this is the Robot Baby. It's Robot Baby. Wow, everyone has their own emojis. It's Zel's emojis? That's so cool. Okay, yeah. I love this. This is amazing. Okay. We have Sebastian. His family got wiped during the Great Anomaly when he was a child. When he was a child? It's been 6 years. Are you 6 years old? Someone hit the you're full, I'm 4 years old. Also, I forgot to keep track of if people lost their memory or not. I don't think we've had as many as I thought we did.
What is your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasani.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
Anyway, thank you for that. He had to learn how to fend for himself through trial and error all alone for a few years until he met and bonded with Silas. He's been traveling his entire life since then because he finds discovery of new places, structures, and things very thrilling. He's come to Solace to seek refuge and explore what the planet has to offer. That was me trying to sound like Miku. He managed to convince Silas to tag along with him. Nice! I like the character design. Everyone's character design is so cool this season. Being a Selkie, oh, there's Oliver. Being a Selkie, Oliver loved basking in the warm summer sun. It got their creativity flowing and helped with their poetry. However, one afternoon as they were doing just that, and the sun had started to set, they decided to head to town before traveling home for a small snack. But as Ollie walked into town, the streets seemed to be entirely deserted. Seeming it to be quite strange, Oliver walked around checking each shop. Empty. They searched and searched for any sign of life to be sure they weren't going crazy. After lots of searching, they happened across a spacecraft, loaded with supplies. The spacecraft must belong to someone, but whoever that someone was nowhere in sight. In a quick, desperate decision, Oliver stole the spacecraft. He'd never been without water for this long. There were water bottles, but even those run out eventually. After lots of traveling, Oliver came across a planet, and among that planet, finally, was other people. With a thirst to know what in the world was going going on, Oliver headed into his new town among this planet. But before doing any of that, he was going to find some water on the strange planet and take a much-deserved nap. Awesome sauce. You did that right as you got a call, off a call with my boss. I got fired. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Rip. Zyron. Better known as Zyron, used to be the ruler of their world for their void-like appearance and powerful abilities. However, after the Great Anomaly, their power was mostly gone. Oh, that's interesting. That implies that their power was tied to the amount of people around them? Or amount of people in the universe? Also, character design is so cool. They searched for a while before finding an end city, which they decided to stay as most other places were in war or ruin. A short while after they got there, they had accidentally looked at an Enderman. After a missed punch to the face to the Enderman, they ended up getting a bit mutated and infected. Years and years went by, surviving off of chorus fruit and other things. They found it, and gained some Enderman-related abilities from their mutation. However, this came with a few bad things too. They hated being looked at, getting unusually hostile. Their vision became worse as their eye changed to black and purple, and their speech became distorted. They got to Solace after finding the portal back to the overworld, curious about the people who previously went inside and being teleported to Solace after they went through. Moonwalking Spy, thanks for following. This is so cool. I love this character design. That's awesome. Having like the end portal kind of colors. Oh, you can't see it on here, but it's on the face and the hand. Zyra? I smell a Dream SMP, perhaps? Oh, is that from the Dream SMP? I don't know. I didn't follow anything in the Dream SMP. Their power is mostly given by the amount of people who supported them. Oh, that's cool. Zyra always felt like an outsider on their home planet. While there were some shapeshifters on Meliv, they did not stay together as shapeshifters tended to be very distrusting of others of their kind. So most would pick a form to take so they could go live with others on the planet. Zyra, however, was one of the few shapeshifters that did not settle for one look. They would keep changing their appearance to a point where it was simply easier to live a solitary life. One day Zyra had picked a form to wear so they could go grab ingredients in the town market nearby with little to no acknowledgement from others. When they got into town, they found it to be a ghost town. They searched every building they could for clues and eventually found enough to see that an event called the Great Anomaly had wiped out most of the universe's population. How do you find that if people if people disappeared? How do you find that out? Ah yes, here's today's paper. Great Anomaly at 12 o'clock. Anyway, they then found a ship-like object that seemed to be long forgotten. Zyra then decided to spend time fixing up and exploring the universe. After all, there must be so much to learn about throughout the universe. Finally, as the ship was nearing completion, a message from an unknown sender arrived, notifying Zyra that there was a refuge planet named Solace. With no other plans set, Zyra made a choice to venture to Solace to see what might await them. Sharples! Thank you for following. Enderman Boy goes on the list. The list?! You just found a piece, found the Office of Anomaly Research? Oh, awesome! Trigva! Thank you. I could not try to pronounce that myself. Trigva travels from world to world, sending messages from being to being using envelopes, notes, letters, and books. Although he originates from the snowy world of Yfirland, where he and other Nordic half-bloods can converse. One fateful day, he comes back to his homeland to find no sign of life. Trigva scans the entire surrounding area just to find no one. Unknowing what to do in a situation like this, he sends multiple distress messages to his father, Hermod, to bring attention to this massively alarming situation, to which he receives no response. Trigva, at the end of his line, left Yfirland to search to find an active world, somewhere where he can talk to someone, somewhere he can see someone, anything. After an exceeding amount of time going through billions upon billions of planets, he comes across a world he'd never seen before, a new place named Solace. This place seems gloomy, scarred even. What has happened to the beings of this world? No matter, it's all he's got now. Oh, it's gloomy? Oh no. Despite being the son of a Nordic god... Hold on. Oh, it's in Telskidurskity. Anyway. He doesn't necessarily have anything to show for it. Unlike the other half-bloods, his father didn't really have any special powers due to simply being the god of messaging. Trigva isn't flashy, he doesn't have any cool magic. The magic he does have, the power of flight, excellent agility, and the knowledge to speak and understand almost any language. That's cool. Yeah, what is the list? Grimm's making a list and checking it twice. For real. Alright, we have Milena. Milena was a sweet, normal young woman. She had a special connection with nature and the animals, and was from a planet that was set around the 16th and 17th century. She was different, she didn't want a husband, she didn't want to be in a marriage where she could be treated unfairly. Milena decided to become a witch after being gifted with the knowledge from the spirits of spring to help others instead. Unfortunately, that kindness was taken advantage of by people who knew of her identity. When Milena found out about this, she refused to help those people. This angered them, and they deemed her and her abilities unnatural and evil. Milena was imprisoned and was put on trial, being found guilty. She was drowned by nightfall with no mercy. As Milena took her last breath, she cursed the whole town as she died. A few centuries later, Morana, goddess of rebirth, pitied Milena and decided to give her another chance. She revived Milena, but as a water spirit, Rusalka. Milena hunted for the families that killed her, but found her once lively village deserted and lifeless. However, the sight of a ship caught her attention. Observing with rage as it descended from the sky, soldiers coming out and collecting water, destroying the habitat, she managed to sneak into one of the water pumps, which was then carried onto the ship, which traveled to Solace. Once they arrived, Milena killed... Who is bringing water to Solace? Solace has water. They're doing it for a sketchy reason, I know it. They're gonna sell water. Once they arrived, Milena killed one of the soldiers that carried the pump she was hiding in and ran into a nearby lake. This is where Milena's story continues. That is cool. I like that. A better version. Oh, it's Jonathan AWOL! A trader left his home planet one day to do his job like he always did. Two of his apprentices with him so they can help him with all of their items in their spaceship. As he was mumbling something about the two younglings being very loud and obnoxious, suddenly everything went quiet. No sound from the ship or the outside, which confused him, making him look behind to see where the two went, and boom! His ship collided with a ship that seemed to have just stopped moving entirely. This made him get onto his escape pod, jumping into the nearest place he could get to. Thankfully, since it was a pretty expensive ship, the escape pod had a freezing capsule in it, meaning he was able to stay alive until he arrived somewhere he has not seen before. That's cool. That actually has there's a story now. I can't wait to see the repercussions of the bacteria from the other water. True! Yeah, who's bringing water from another planet over? Everyone's character sheet is good. Oh, there's no such thing as a good or bad lore sheet. The only thing, it's only bad if you don't read anything in Make a Character. If you don't read any of this stuff. Or you just try to say as super uncomfortable stuff to read on stream. Those are the main two things that you can do to, and the lore helpers will tell you if you have problems with your sheet. Oh boy, every time I think we're making progress, we're still halfway down. Okay. Ain? Waters. Water stands at approximately 5'10". Their physical form... Oh, this is physical description. Very cool. Waters was an intelligence officer as part of NC, a military unit working directly alongside the planet's core ruling organization. Along the planet's core ruling organization. Sorry, I'm losing it. As part of their job, they were trusted with some of the most dangerous secrets of the ruling organization. When the rulers and their higher-ups disappeared, Waters saw a way out. They were deeply loyal, but something changed the day of the anomaly. Waters snuck aboard the first rescue shuttle off the planet and undertook the long journey to Solace. Nice. This is who's bringing the water? Wait, this is who's bringing the water? Oh. Interesting. Coming from a desert planet, it kind of makes sense. Lux Solaris. Lux was born on Noxus, a rogue planet hundreds of light years from the closest star. Despite its relative isolation, it has become known as a stop for travelers of planets surrounding the stellar dead zone. Ever since Lux was young, their community expected they would grow up to become an explorer, always craving more knowledge. It wasn't a surprise when they left the planet for the first time, eventually learning to fly on their own. It was one of these year-long journeys that the Great Anomaly occurred, and by the time they reached their home, the only sign of life was the final activation site of a lone spaceship. There are a lot, there haven't been very many of, like, I ended up on Solace with, like, no memories, but there have been a lot of everyone died except me, or everyone disappeared except me. The Nocti people had a strong belief of magic and its importance in the survival of their people. Lux dutifully participated in each ceremony while at home, but traveling had pulled them away from the daily ritual. Sometimes they worry this inaction helped contribute to their people's destruction. Lux's arrival on Solace came after a long search for the last of their people. What happened to them, and why did they leave? Can they find the information they need here? They face these questions as they struggle with emotions of guilt. Lalaloopsy? Isn't that like a... Isn't Lalaloopsy like a show? I feel like that was a kid's show or something. I need the water bringers to bring me more water. I'm almost out. Maybe I'm thinking of Wow Wow Wubsy. I feel like Lalaloopsy is something. Lala. Wherever there is fun and laughter, wherever there is games and cheer, Lala is sure to be here. All encounters of her don't seem to know what to make of her. Most say she's just part of the act, others say she's a spirit that shows when there's fun to be had. No one knows for sure, but her descriptions, she used to be all sorts of things. A bringer of dreams, the sun's shade, a sticky prankster. Sticky prankster? That should be a tag. An artist's muse. All this she was for one person, one who's gone missing and one she holds dear. Not much is known about how she came to be. She just woke up and saw trees and broken leaves. All she wants is to have joy, so she sings and plays, hoping that her missing person will show up one day. The price is kind of funny. Oh, it is a show? Okay. Wait, I gotta look this up. Oh yeah, it's this thing. Ah, okay. Oh wait, you guys probably didn't even see it. Whatever. It's like a pink-haired doll with button eyes. Oh, I almost skipped this one. Overkeeper. Original name lost. He was 11 when it happened. He was spared only because he had been cast out in ritual exile. This is a tradition among these people where their heir must wander alone for a year and return with a vision from their god. He came back to smoke, ash, and silence. No bodies, no graves. Now, redacted, wanders. Oh, so like... Is it the Great Anomaly took everyone else? But... Because, like, it did it indiscriminately. So he thinks that, like, it was some, you know, because he was away from there that, like, he lived. Unless this is a different thing, not the Great Anomaly. His skin still bears the inked sigils of his family rites. These symbols hum faintly in the moonlight. He speaks to no one of his faith because none would understand. The god he serves has no name and no shape, but it hungers, and through Redacted it still watches the world. He carries the last prayer stone, a relic that pulses in his grip when danger is near. Each night he dreams of the catastrophe repeating itself, but bigger and wider, as if what destroyed his people was only the beginning. He seeks knowledge and clues, maybe even others touched by the forgotten god. More than anything, Redacted seeks meaning for his faith, his survival, and the god who let it all happen. Ooh. We have... Froggy Midge. Hoping to get a fresh start. Is it Midge? Midge? Hoping to get a fresh start, Midge set off to a planet named Kavash via spacecraft. Along the way, Midge gets stopped by another airborne spacecraft. For Sylvie and I's character sheets, since I missed them, we age quicker due to being half Frogger. Oh, I don't think you missed them. Isn't this one? Oh, Midge? Okay. They age quickly as they're very similar to actual frogs. Okay. Ah. Midge! Along the way, Midge gets stopped by another airborne spacecraft. As the strangers enter Midge's spacecraft, it's clear they are hostile. The strangers rummage through a few drawers, all whilst holding Midge at knife point. Eventually they find something and slowly bring out a small urn. Inside lay the remains of Midge's former pet pig, Billy Bob. Midge looks up, eyes focused, and starts to struggle. The unnatural beings speak to one another in a language unknown to Midge. Only one of the strangers nods and they signal Midge into their craft. With no other choice, Midge goes. In a cold cell, with his head against the floor, Midge tries to come up with a plan. They can see the beings in the distance piloting the craft. Sorry, I'm losing my ability to read. Billy Bob. Who's Billy Bob? Why does Billy Bob have lore? They could see the beings in the distance piloting the craft. There's only about 3 that Midge could see. Best chances, Midge takes them out and escapes. Worst case scenario, the opposite. Midge thinks for a while before a loud thump. In a split second, he was thinking the beings had somehow left. In a split second, he was thinking the beings had somehow left. Was it time travel? No, that would be stupid. But before he can think properly, he realizes that the ship is going down towards the planet Solace. Why are these people bringing Midge to Solace? Wait, how did Solace show up so fast? Unless this is like... Because like a month went by in between the Great Anomaly when Solace was made. My throat is hurting. They notice a small bone fragment lying next to them and instantly grab it and start carving away with his teeth, spitting out the remains as he does so. Trembling, he slots the key into the lock and turns. The cold iron bars then swing open and he sprints for the emergency pod, pressing a singular red button with the word emergency carved into it. Wait, if they don't speak English, never mind. Midge starts to pilot the pod towards the planet Solace. As he is falling, he notices a gush of heat. Turning to the left window in the small emergency pod, he sees a gulf of flames surrounding what was the unknown species' ship. Midge takes a deep breath and closes his eyes as he braces for impact towards the planet. With all these lawyers, I think we need taxes. Oh no. Occam? I think it's Occam? Occam? Occam was once part of a planet of clowns and jesters. I actually have a D&D character that I made for a campaign that never happened, who was a clown from a clown planet. I should find her. Theater kept the thing turning. When the Great Anomaly happened, they lost track of friends and family. In the hopes of finding them again, Occam joined others on the way to Solace. Awesome! Finally someone who has other people who survived and also go to Solace. I love that. This is already a 10 out of 10 lore sheet just for that. They've lost a lot of faith that they will find those who they once cared for, but the search has instilled in them respect, even love, for archivism. For knowing what happened, to know what may happen again. This is a 10 out of 10. Help, I didn't know how to implement Solace into my lore. I need help redoing it. Ping a lore helper. They will help you. That's their job. Valkos! Valkos was going back home after training when it happened. After he realized he had no one and nothing to go back to, he came to Solace to seek refuge and peace from his home planet, Draydris, a mountainous planet on the edge of the universe. The Great Anomaly helped change his life forever, not knowing if he'll ever go back to normal. Romantic interest, his wife? Hell yeah. New skin, Professor Rowe. Nice. Oh, we got Eleanor Keener. Eleanor! This is, Kath. For everyone who needs help with your lore, please ask the lore helpers. It's their job to help you with the lore. It's so true. If you have any questions at all, ask them. Alright. Despite a rough start to life, orphaned in Tacoma, Washington, Eleanor's fascination with engineering and starships began in her childhood, leading her to excel academically, causing her to be selected for a higher level of education for higher level of education for engineering and combat expertise located on Cryon 4. Despite her young introduction, she proved herself time and again in fields ranging from field repair in the heat of combat to recon deployment in hazardous and often impossible environments. While many cadets arrived in spiffing new gear and pride in their chests, she arrived with salvaged gear and taped boots. After completing her training and adamantly refusing a job with the Navy's research and development teams, Eleanor transitioned into an active duty position in a recon unit known as Spectre, where she remained for 4 years, learning the ins and outs of in-field combat and growing fond of long-range railguns. Following her work with Spectre, she was transferred to the SPNS Chara, a flagship carrier. While serving aboard the Chara, Eleanor's career and life took a harrowing turn, where a warp core sabotage left her severely injured and requiring cybernetic reconstruction of her legs, left hand, and lungs. Despite physical and emotional scars, she rebuilt herself through determination and grit, returning to active duty with the PMC unit known as simply as Chimera, to adapt her new body to her new body and prove her resilience. Following 4 years of work with Chimera, she was requested as an engineer aboard the SPNS Arcturus. Then the Great Anomaly came. After reaching Solace, she and the first officer, Amelia Reed, decided to leave in order to search for Amelia's lover, Everesca. After 2 years in space, with the deaths of both Amelia and Everesca, she continued to roam the stars, searching for answers and for those close to her, finding nothing but personal belongings. Finally, after 6 years, she has returned to Solace, leaving her and the captain as the remaining survivors of the member of the Arcturus crew. I love this man's... I, too, choose this man's wife. Can confirm about the lore helpers. Helped a lot with helping me lock in properly for my sheet. They are great. We have a great team this season. Fantastic. All of them. I love Eleanor. Yeah, I have... Oh, okay, here we go. Frog. Born on Solace? Born on Solace? Are you 6 years old? Someone hit the 4 years old thing. Solace is only 6 Earth years old. So wait, you explain this. The reason that you're so young. You age quicker doing to be half Frogger. I see, I remember, okay.
What is your name?
Yes.
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
What is your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
All my fellas,
I love that sound so much.
all my fellas. All my fellas,
Okay. Continuing to read.
all my fellas.
Born on Solace, parentally from
Your
somewhere
name.
over there.
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are
The youngest person ever. The knowledge of the twin Frogger elves is scattered and not well understood at times. This is because the two seemingly came up from the shallow water of a pond. She had no idea of where she was. All she knew was that she had a twin sister, Sylvie. The two wandered around unsure of where they were. Eventually, they figured out that they had been born in Solace. They played, sang, and had fun on Solace. Growing up, it was simple. So wait. Where did they come from, though? Born on Solace, parentally from somewhere over there. They just showed up. Let's see where the river takes them now. Interesting. Ooh, internal conflict feels fearful of Echo finishing what was started by the Great Anomaly, so she sticks close to Feather in fear that it might happen, not wanting to lose her twin. Sometimes she feels scared to make friends because what if the Echo does their evil deed and she loses Sylvie? Ooh. Tying into the main lore. I like to see it. Oh, okay. Frog eggs were planted by someone we don't know. Bacteria from the water. Sylvie! Born on Solace, so another frog elf. The knowledge of the twin elf. Blah, blah, blah. She had some understanding of where she was, holding onto her twin sister's hand, Frog. The two eventually wandered around, curious and unsure of where they were. Eventually, they figured out that they had been born on Solace. Oh yeah, we already read that. Cool. Internal conflict is afraid of Echo. Me too. External conflict sometimes feels scared to make friends because what if Echo does the evil deed and she loses Frog? Very, very similar conflicts. Oh. I shouldn't be doing this in this form, but man, it's too much work, guys. I don't have a computer. That's fair. We got our first Google Slide. Warning, these lore sheets are better in the slideshow mode rather than viewing normally. Okay. Oh wait, you can't even see it. Hold on. Gonna turn on display. Ignore that. Oh shoot. Let me... Can I... 125? 150? There we go. Did you guys not see that? Must have been the wind. Eurillo! After the Great Anomaly wiped out most of his planet, he and a couple of the survivors came across a beacon that led them to Solace. There, he reincarnated Fivehead and met a few of Krufix' friends. He adopted Angel and Susu and now resides part-time on the plane and the Solace. Eurillo tends to pop in from time to time to check in, he says. Morena. After the Great Anomaly wiped out most of her planet, her and a couple other survivors came across a beacon that led them to Solace. There, she reincarnated Krufix and met a few of Krufix' friends from inside Krufix consciousness. Eurillo adopted Angel and Susu, are now technically her children, and resides part-time on the plane and part-time in Krufix's head. We have Crux and Vesna. After the Great Anomaly wiped... Okay, when they got there, she had an argument with Morena, which caused her to banish Vesna to the end. It quickly corrupted her, and now she resides part-time on the plane and part-time in Krufix's head with new powers and a new name, Crux. Love the Krufix lore, the Frostfire lore, it's so good. Okay. We have Pondo! Let me see, where's the backstory? Here we go. Created by a species who had long gone extinct, referred to in system records simply as the Collective, their machines continued to dutifully trek across the cosmos in large looming ships known as Shepherds, where units are built, deployed, and harvested in a continuous cycle to collect data from planets or the areas of space they were dispatched to. DCU 125307, after having tampered with their code, had grown tired of being created and destroyed over and over again. So they began seeking out ways to somehow escape recollection, other than avoiding dying when the Great Anomaly occurred. At first... So wait, if this is a machine, unless you have DNA, that makes it messed up. If you're like a living... Like, you're not a robot, you're like living, and you get, like, taken apart and put back together. That's messed up. The wind is really strong today, guys. You're so right. At first, they did not know anything had happened as they had been deployed to an asteroid field. However, upon touching down, a nearby planet recorded to have life and finding nothing, they realized something was very wrong, especially when they seemed to no longer have a connection to Shepherd 07. Taking this as the opportunity as it was, DCU 125307 decided to call themselves Pondo and fled as far away from Shepherd 07's last known location as they could. In the process, they found solace, and when scans showed the presence of life, they decided it would be best to take refuge there, both to hide and maybe get some answers. That's the situation exactly. Techno-organic. Oh, that's so messed up. I love this story. This is really cool. I love sci-fi stuff, so this is very interesting. Being taken apart and put back together again. That's cool. I like that a lot. Update lore sheet, just added faction. Rushed lore sheet. We have Clove, an average citizen turned fortune teller. When the anomaly took their mother and in her place left a note leading them to a magic mirror that shows the future left with nothing but memories in a mirror. She wanders the slums of a nearby city to ease her loneliness. Zepzile! Thank you for following.
All my fellas. All my fellas.
We have Nephrite. Nickname is Neph. Nephrite is originally from the planet Eternia, a deep green-colored planet with large jungle-like biomes and terrible weather. While exploring a temple, Nephrite found a blue butterfly key of unknown origins and power. Their intuition instructed them to keep the key, so they did. Their intuition tells them to do a lot of things, so her actions are often based on a whim. Has their intuition been wrong? Maybe, but Nephrite likes to believe that perhaps things were always destined to go a certain way. Everything usually works out in the end. Following the Great Anomaly, the strange intuition voice inside Nephrite's head whispered, "It's time. Take your key and open a door. Take refuge in solace." The voice had never led her... So wait. Okay, wait, I'll read the rest first. The voice had never led her disastrously astray before, so naturally Nephrite obeyed, leaving their library behind and opening a one-way dimensional door directly to Solace. How was this key made before Solace, like, even existed? Because Solace was made, like, a month after the Great Anomaly. There's no way this key... Unless the key is, like, sentient and, like, understands what happened and knows that Solace was created. Bedrock players can't craft chests? Oh yeah, they can't craft a lot of stuff. I don't know what's going on with that. The key opens doors to places. Okay. It's like a dimensional key. Newly arriving to Solace, Nephrite aims to rebuild a public library. You should join the librarian faction! Make new allies and friends, and maybe start investigating how the weird voice in her head knew how to use the special key. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe Via version because our server's out of date? Yeah. Yeah. Lavender. As a child, Lavender was shunned out from his village for being weak, born with a disease bound to death, slowly withering... Oh, being weak. Born with a disease bound to death, slowly withering, starting with his eye, coursing down his body, when out on one of his last adventures, slowly expecting his fate, near a flower field, lying down, letting himself go. A flower imbued a magic, giving it life. Oh, imbued with a magic, giving it life, thoughts, will. The flower saw the dying boy slowly accepting his fate. When the flower, in a desperate attempt to keep the boy alive with his newfound conscience, rooting himself toward the boy, trying to signal him an offer. The boy, barely holding on to life, accepts, leaving them in this newfound form. I also cut it off early because I didn't want to yap too much about him. Okay. Slowly dragging himself back to the village, exploring around the village, he comes to a realization everyone is gone except a few. Staring at a machine, giving of signals, Lavender walks up to the machine, testing it, sending him to Solace. I couldn't find out how to integrate him into lore. Somebody help me, my brain was being dry. Lore helpers! Activate! Alright, we have Silas. One morning, Silas had woken up and his home had disappeared. He saw... Oh, this is the opposite of that other character that was on this side. I don't remember the name. Sebastian. I think. Silas had woken up and his home had disappeared. He saw the beacon Virgil set up and heard rumors of Echo after arriving in Solace to look for a new home. From the loss of friends and family, his mind grew anxious, causing him to trust no one and to question everyone, believing that someone in Solace could be working for Echo, and finding them might allow him to bring back his people. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Someone from Echo is among us. Among us? What day are we on? The 28th. Nicole, thanks for following. Yeah, I think sometimes in Bedrock, isn't it, you have to, like, get the recipe first? Keith, the sixth angel. Keith was exiled from a framed incident that got his rings ripped off by the first angel. The one who framed him. He didn't die, although he did end up in a temporary slumber that lasted all the way until the planet had died out, due to the angel's lack of work and more. After years of slumber, Keith was but an asteroid in space until he caught Loop of Solace and was sent crashing into the planet. Then did he wake up to find they had no clue what the hell happened to him. His wings were gone, his abilities were gone, and all he had was his music. Is this someone who forgot everything? Landed on Solace randomly and forgot everything? Not quite. Agnes Willowbrook. I like that name. Agnes Willowbrook appeared one day in a quiet village, dressed in tattered pink silks and a porcelain mask. No one knows where she came from. She has no family, no past. Some say she wandered from the fog fields, a place that doesn't exist on any map. She performs at night under the moon, enchanting and eerie, making puppets dance without strings and juggling petals that glow. Her shows leave people mesmerized and strangely sad. She claims she was born when joy was lost and carries memories of a forgotten carnival and a door she was told never to open. Ooh. For Bedrock, you auto-earn the recipe for chests and such, so it's probably just a server lag or glitch or something. Yeah, it might be something with Geyser. I don't know. Or Via version, like Virgil said. We can... We can do something. Maybe we can, like... I'll look and see if there's a glitch after the stream. We're 2 hours, 20 minutes in. And we're almost done with lore sheets. I think we got 30 minutes left. Shy. After being thrown in the nether for 1,000 years, she discovered solace, unaware of the great anomaly, and found refuge. Originally a part of a divine knight group that obeyed deities, she no longer has anyone. She wishes to protect the world from those who wish to destroy and is in search of her old group of knights. Very cool. I'm gonna try to hurry up so we can get through this. Because my throat is hurting. Le. Steve. Place of origin anime world? Alright. Ever since she was born, she was getting abused by her parents. Because they wanted a boy, not a girl, so she hides in her room 24/7. Is this a call for help? Are you okay? After 1 year, her baby brother was born. Her parents doesn't notice her anymore. Soon her friends like her brother more than her, and she was betrayed by her only friends. Now she wanted revenge on all the people who hurt her. From Anime World. It's like Disneyland, but anime and the whole planet. Okay, I think this is probably the strangest lore sheet we've seen. Go to sleep, Bacon! Go to sleep. Okay. Okay. Kai! They used to be someone. They've lost the grip of their memories and lost them somehow. Now Kai searches for answers and new friends, not knowing how to act or be around people. They're questioning who they could have been and who they used to be. Forgot about the great anomaly! Oh, we got the long-term and short-term memory loss. It's so over. Short-term goals, I'm surprised you can remember. But interesting. Oh, we got Comet. Oh, you have a full name now. I can't even read that. Comet Ari Croyanum? I actually don't know what those letters are in the last name. You're just coming up? Awesome. You want to see your dude? Oh, well, I'll scroll down after this one. A general and prophet from deep below a long-gone empire and religion. They arrived on Solace during the First Era, just after the Great Anomaly occurred. They had little to their name and much weight on their shoulders, trying many times to escape the ghosts that haunt them, but being unsuccessful every time. In a cruel twist of fate, they were cursed to never be able to die and atone for what they have done. Every era they tried their best to find something that filled the hole in their existence after the collapse of their beloved empire, but failed until they took over the Solace archives and librarians from Bob Demon. Now they throw themselves into the task of preserving Solace's past while trying to outrun their own. And then we have, this is Pancake's character down here. Obsivia is someone I traveled with after my death. We are much alike. I do not have a family, but if I did, she would be in it. Oh, that's so sweet. Comet's character is so sick. Okay, wait. We're doing this fair and square? Okay, I'll read super fast. Abel. He's been around for a while. It's really hard to remember where it all started. Oh, up here. He came to Solace because it's where everyone went. To follow the crowd, you know? He likes to stay where the action is. He just wants to chill and maybe start his own kingdom of loyal followers like the good old days. That's so wild. Like, just chilling. Like, oh, I'll go to Solace. Everyone, like 90% of the universe died, but I'll just party. That's yours? No, this is yours. This is yours. Yes, that's funny. Going to Solace the parties is funny. Someone's getting evicted in the server? Oh no. Seraphine Villara. Seraphine Villara arrived quietly after the fall of her homeworld, bringing with her little more than a worn satchel and an uncanny talent for baking. She runs a modest bakery called Starlight Crumbs, where she offers comfort to refugees, workers, and lost souls trying to piece their lives together. Many say there's something soothing about being around her, like she understands emotions without needing to speak. She's also skilled in herbal remedies and often trades healing teas and salves, especially for those struggling with stress or insomnia. Though she rarely talks about her past, she always listens to others, offering wisdom beyond her years and kindness without condition. I love that. Kairi. Born for leadership, Kairi spent most of her youth training under her father as the next protector of the clan, a simple responsibility in her naive eyes. What could possibly tear apart a fine caravan? One night, this young maiden strayed far from the trail, her fate left solely in the hands of the wild that has surrounded her for a majority of her life. Unfortunately, it was none too forgiving of her insolence. In some sick twist of fate, she was attacked by an unknown beast, resembling that of a fox's distorted shell, human no longer. In her grief and injury, Kairi resigned herself to the hollows of solitude, at least until she could figure out how to rid herself of such an affliction. Despite her need for isolation, the stars had blessed her with camaraderie. Wow, we got some big words in here. The only hope now is that she doesn't tear apart what she had left. That wolf behind there is so cool. Your boyfriend is joining tomorrow! Let's go! I'm glad the clip worked. Yeah, this is so eerie. Erwan Nowhere, aka the placeholder or Beast. Native to a far-off moon, Erwan arrived on Solace in a spaceship full of strange, glittery fuel. They seemed paranoid about something, but over time, found new allies in the Arcturus crew. Or what's left of them. Solira? The descendant of one of Feliday's former members. So you're 6 years old? You know what to do! Alright, we got a 6-year-old in here. The descendant of one of Feliday's former members, Bunny. Bunny! Aw, I miss Bunny. Solira is
What's your name?
My
child born
name
of
is
a war.
Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
What's your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are
This
the
clip
youngest
will be
person
funny
ever.
to me forever.
What's your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm
This
4
clip will
years
never not
old.
be funny.
You are the youngest person ever.
Ever! He grew up on a planet
What's your
knowing...
name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4
years old!
You are the youngest person ever.
Ever.
What's your name?
Stop doing this!
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
Keep
How
going.
old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. He grew up on a planet knowing only of it. Since his youth, he has been
What's your name?
conqueror,
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
a war-hungry
you?
warrior seeking
4 years
endless
old.
battle.
You are the
Now
youngest
crowned as the
person
sin
ever.
of wrath. He strives to make Aratus prosper and become a global power. The leader of Aratus' military forces, he is an adaptable and formidable foe, both on the field and in the war room. He is a child of the cursed stars. Alright. Owen. Whoa. Born in a poor family, stealing from the people on the streets and having to survive from what the little that he got. One night, he got caught by an assassin, and they let him live and train with them. After some time, he was an experienced assassin taking on quests and working for the Assassin's Guild. After some time, he was living with them, but one day, everyone disappeared, only Owen was left. That is so sad. Corey! We don't have a story, but that's okay. Likes keeping things unorganized, watching people from afar, and staying mostly out of sight. Oh, backstory is question mark, I see. Everyone has some bad in them, and everyone is out to get him. Doesn't trust nobody at first, but quickly learns that he'd need friends to survive on his own in an unknown world. Wants to stay hidden from ones hunting him down and trying to stop his other persona through his reflections. We have Sparrow. Ooh, that's cool. Sparrow usually avoids questions about her backstory. It is only known that she is from the planet Vulcan. Vulcan? Like Star Trek? Sparrow deals with self-hatred as well as the inability to get along and trust with others. Interesting. Shadow Whisker. Thank you for following. Do the frogs not do anything? Oh. I don't know why the forgs aren't doing anything. Let me see if they're broken. Where Forg? Forg. For Tuesday. For Tuesday. Save. Hold on. For Tuesday. For Tuesday. Save. Okay. For Tuesday. For Tuesday. Okay. For Tuesday. For Tuesday. Okay. Save. Okay. Forgs work now. Sorry. We have Rizel Supernova. Hold on. Oh yeah, you guys. I have an Animal Crossing Animal Crossing typing thing. So that's why you hear weird noises sometimes. Rizel Supernova. Let's go down to backstory. Oh boy. Oh! Ooh, that's cool. Oh, I remember this one being cool. People always spoke about what would happen when a star died. What would happen if such an ethereal moment and being could perish. Could meet the cold reality that humanity was, all one day bound to meet. It was only natural for beings to wonder, as stars were always seen as above the world, seeing as beyond even moons and planets. They were entities made of blistering burning heat, a heat so hot that it burnt up anything if they came even within a general close area. It was only natural then that its death was nothing short of absolutely breathtaking, an explosion of immense magnitude, a formation of a black hole forming from the death of a being that burned so bright within the atmosphere. Far enough away as to not cause harm, however close enough for people to take notice. Stars, entities of pure light in their death, were the root of destruction in its purest form. Rizel was born from this same phenomenon, the death of an entity in its eternal purity. However, he did not cause destruction. He didn't do anything but sit in the void of space, the endless black almost suffocating to his ears. A hydra draped in black scales sprinkled with stardust, floating through the endless abyss that he later discovered to be called space. Years upon years, that's all his eyes saw. No mention or echo of the light he had been born from. He hadn't even realized his form. This is very similar to Lumerin. He was looking at the blissful void after all. Within the next year, Rai stumbled upon something, a singular rock floating within the endless abyss. A singular echo of life. A singular echo of something beyond the inky black. For the first time in his existence, Rai extended a hand, far larger than anything he had ever predicted to be adorning his body, and touched the stone, a single finger placed upon the roughness. The sensation of feeling something other than that, the chill down his spine, immediately brought something into the drifting hydra. A willpower to move towards others, a willpower to move towards individuality, a move towards anything other than the inky abyss he had felt locked within for an eternity. His eyes opened completely for the first time in a millennia, his head shifting and cracking slightly. I'll get more water soon. 18 remaining? My throat is killing me. I have been speaking for 2.5 hours straight. The only sound in the endless abyss that surrounded his celestial form, as if he were hatching again, being reawakened. His legs shifted and cracked, the stardust adorning his scales, scattering in an endless brilliance into the cosmos, as his body began to move for the first time of his own free will. With the free will of cosmic movement etched within his very soul, his very first thought that adorned his That was the first time that's ever happened. That was crazy. You guys had to have timed that. They do stack. They're meant to stack. I got forged. Teamed up forg attack. I got forged. 4 by forged. Alright, continuing. A planet far off in the distance, shocked and electric in its brilliance. Sorry, hold on. I need to turn on my lights again, because they turn off at sunset. So that I can gently go to sleep. There we go. I will not be sleeping anytime soon. His body moved on its own, his movements shifting the air around him as he dashed... wait. Is there air in space? He dashed across the cosmos, leaving a trail of stardust in his wake. Ethereal in his presence, the dying star finally had motive. His feet touched solid ground for the first time in his bleak existence. The crunch of leaves beneath his overwhelming pressure, his body dwarfing the lands that surrounded him. Only then, only once he had happened upon a singular planet, was when he truly realized the scale he was within the universe. Whilst nothing close to a mountain, his body was far from proportionate. However, he knew nothing of the latent life forms. He knew nothing of normality. He wanted the planet's surface, the cool breeze flickering against his sturdy scales. However, he felt essentially nothing. Nothing compared to the freezing agony of being trapped within the endless abyss that was called space. After an hour of walking with no distinct lifelines, Rizel felt his foot crush upon something a little rougher than simple earth, a large metal gating seemingly sticking right out of the bottom of his foot. Countless cries and yells all echoed within the Hydra's head, countless forks thrown towards his towering build. Countless individuals hurried to leave their places of residence. He noticed one thing about these individuals, one thing only, and that was their lack of claws, their lack of height, and their significant lack of scales. They seemed to be purely flesh and bone, purely beings of muscle and tissue. Perplexed, he simply left the town alone. Clearly he wasn't welcomed, and the forks told him that instantly. He lifted his claw to his cheek, as he wiped away the stardust that streamed down them. He just truly wished to understand. Following his leaving of the electrical enigma of a planet, Rizel continued to travel, continually searching for a planet that could welcome him with open arms, welcome him with individuality and a lack of judgment, or at least find something to help him fit in. Across his journeying across planets, he learned the tongues of the locals, learning countless languages and dialects within his time. Planets had been nicer at times and even more vicious at others, as scars began to adorn his scales. Through these same travels, he discovered the amulet that would be his true key to the success, his key to being welcomed without a second guess, an amulet that could make the Hydra human so long as he wore it. Wasn't there another amulet that made another character human as long as they wore it? I don't remember who it was. Following his endless journey upon the countless planets that he had spotted within the solar system, he happened upon a final one, a place that adorned only dirt and water, a planet rather unremarkable in comparison to the wild and extravagant scenes he had seen upon the countless other planets. His feet touched solid ground, however he did not greet the planet with a crack, as he did others. He greeted it with only a whisper. His huge taloned hands had shifted into smaller feet. His front claws shifted into humanoid hands with razor-sharp fingernails. His face had shrunk back, his eyes shimmering that same stardust as his entire Hydra form did. He slicked back his wild and unruly hair as regality draped his human form. His walk quickly shifting into a sprint. Rai had become a human for the first time. After a singular moment of being within that form, two small wisps suddenly popped above his shoulders, their fiery appearance forcing a toothy smile upon Rai's face. They were his other heads, manifested with their very own consciousnesses. He had two individuals to talk to. He continued to live upon this planet for countless years, continuing to develop himself and his speech, terrifying a few individuals upon the planet when he forgot to adorn himself with his amulet. However, ultimately there was no conflict. Rai, for the first time, felt truly welcomed within a planet's atmosphere. This same serenity would greet him when he met the first individual that truly intrigued him, a younger individual named Kyrie, her smell completely foreign in a comparison to other humans. Following their living together for a while and bond being built, Rai had unofficially adopted the small individual, along with meeting another individual similar in height to Kyrie, however just as understanding with the Hydra's internal conflict, even without having a curse of their own. Rai fully believed his life was complete and nothing could go wrong, until it did. The Great Anomaly. It struck without warning, completely eradicating around 90% of the population within the universe, absolutely destroying the ecosystem that had been built over the space of time. However, Rai truly wasn't worried about that. There was only one thought that came to mind. Please tell me they are both okay. Following the confirmation of such, Rai chose to leave with both of them, removing his amulet for the first time in a long while, encasing the both of them with his large taloned hands, ensuring they had enough oxygen as they began to head towards the place that offered a new light. Perhaps Solace could be that permanent place that the Hydra had dreamed of for so long. Whew, that was a doozy. We got through it. Your game shows us Minecraft. Yes. Because it's Minecraft related. For people who are like looking for Minecraft stuff. And SMP, whatever. I was expecting Lore Tuesday to still be going on. How fun. Yeah, that's what happens when we have so many new people. We still haven't gone into the actual Lore Tuesday chat yet. Huh. Gleep glorp. An alien from a distant civilization in a faraway solar system. This alien came to Earth with a group of scientists but found itself lost. It is on a constant search for its companions. Somewhere along the way, it mistakenly killed a human and was pulled into a marriage with his wife to make up for it. Hold on. Somewhere along the way, it mistakenly killed a human and was pulled into a marriage with his wife. Ah, man. You killed my husband. Marry me? Okay. Cool. Alien lore.
Down, never what?
Never give up.
Never
Yeah,
back
to
down,
replace
never
the
what?
human, but that's
Never
crazy.
give up.
What is this picture? You can only see half of it. What is the picture? K-Wavy! Before crash landing on Asalis, K-Wavy once lived on the planet of Aethersol. Aethersol? This during a crumbling war that spread almost infectiously across the planet. His wings were torn from him as his village's leader betrayed him. He fled from Aethersol only to wake up after a crash landing on Asalis, hardly aware of who he even was. K-Wavy is very skittish, quiet, and often forgetful of people or what they say. He may have just hit his head a little too hard. Oh my god! Oh. Okay. This is such a large image, it doesn't show all the way, so I'll read it like this. Fallen Fox. A being just like the rest, not from this world. Fallen is an interesting one. The origins of the fox isn't well known to those deemed untrustworthy. Outside he is kind, but inside the thoughts of deceit run their course. It can only be a matter of time until he decides to take instead of give. Before coming to this world, though, he wasn't so peaceful. A fighter in a distant land meant to be the greatest of their ranks, but fell short and lost his position to someone much greater. Still, he fought for the place he wanted to call home, and in his last moments he smiled. It was a shame when death never came. Whizzed away at the last moment to an unknown world. Wait, did you get thrown to Solace randomly? Brought to Solace randomly? "18 lore sheets remain." You said that like 5 lore sheets ago. Dirt guy. Used to be ruler, but his army left him after he fell in love with dirt, and now all he rebuilds is out of dirt. Are you gonna build the dirt gamer? People say they sometimes saw other things that is not dirt, like a chest. Weakness dirt. Name Yeet? You know you don't have to make a lore sheet, right? Sienna. Oh. Is my thing? Oh, it's because I'm on this. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Now you can actually see the lore sheets. My bad, gang. Sienna is a mysterious outsider unknown to everyone else. She wonders if there are other survivors out there and can't wait to meet them someday. Until then, she stays quiet, curious, and hopeful for what's to come. She washed ashore on an isolated island in the middle of the ocean, seeking safety and a fresh start. Her goal was to create a peaceful retreat where she could rebuild life and find hope again, turning the island into a safe and secure place for herself away from dangers. I'm tired of blaming the wind. This wind is insane. Ro doesn't remember much from their childhood other than a big fire. Their first vivid memory is getting... Also, where did you get this? There's a cool picture with cool, Oh, I think it's a screenshot of, like, shaders. Like Minecraft with shaders. Their first vivid memory is getting adopted by an older lady who ran an apothecary. As Ro grew up learning about different herbs and plants, they became more interested in becoming an herbalist. After finally finding peace, trouble came and everything Ro knew is now gone. They are now on Solace looking for a fresh start and to discover who they truly are. Character lore sheet. Agent Random. Born on the planet Alderaan, Agent, originally named Dan, grew up hunting birds and animals in the forest. This led him on the path of becoming a bounty hunter. Oh yeah, hunting birds and animals. Obviously, you just gotta become a bounty hunter. During the time in between a mission, Agent wanted to become a cyborg. Also, with the name Agent, of course you're gonna do something like that. Wanted to become a cyborg. During this process, the anomaly struck, leaving him with an enhanced arm. He got the name Agent random from the fact that he was an agent, and his seemingly random missions he takes. Okay. That's cool. Smilus and P. Kadosh. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this is an AI generated image. So we are gonna skip this one. Unless this is an actual picture. I don't remember if we confirmed this. You already messaged no response. Alright, we're gonna... It looks like an AI generated image. So we're gonna skip that one. Until they respond. Dop dop. Suave. Poignant. Poignant? How do you even say that word? Oh, hold on. In space, everything is topsy-turvy. I don't even remember where I'm from. Luckily, I found this planet with a bunch of random people on it. Hopefully they're nice. Company name, month, year. This... That's a great lore sheet. Ooh! Ooh! Look at that art! Entropy. Born on planet Hector, a desert wasteland where humanity had plummeted into one dense city. Before the great anomaly, Entropy came from a poor family, and in order to live through the cruel economy, she had to sacrifice parts of her, literally, to survive week by week. After the great anomaly, everyone she knew had vanished, forcing herself to flee into space with a hardly finished ship to find refuge away from her practically dead planet. She would land in Solace, with dreams of being someone more, someone stronger, someone powerful. Weakness, peanut allergy. She also does not know how to fight. Not the peanut allergy weakness. This is sick. This is sick. Something single? That's crazy. That's really cool. I love that character design. Thera Aurea. We have a Google Doc. You know what that means. Alright, we can do it. Thera was raised within the wilderness with her family until the age of 23. She loved her quiet life, but always wondered what else was out there. So one day, with the blessing of her family, she decided to set off to see the world. She followed wherever the wind took her. The wind? Until she reached a busy town. It was unlike anything that she had ever seen before. It was overwhelming, to say the very least. However, she tried to adapt as well as she could. However, things can only last so long. On yet another sun-filled morning, Thera had finally hit her breaking point as her integrity snapped under the pressure. Her instincts ran rampant, as before she could even begin to react, her antlers had been struck through another individual's chest. They were dead within seconds. She dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face, when someone grabbed her and moved her away from the scene. She doesn't talk much about what happened that day, but that person saved her life. She feared her independence after that. Him and his adopted daughter became the closest... Oh, I see, the person who took her away. I thought killing the person changed. Him and his adopted daughter became the closest thing she had to a family/herd in this world without her herd. But saving her didn't stop there. When the anomaly happened, he was the one that brought her to Solace. Aw. The only reason she's still alive. She wouldn't have made it without them. She was built for groups, not for independence. This new land was different. It wasn't the calm environment she was used to, but the chaos of this planet was oddly comforting. She hopes to find another herd to call her own over time, but maybe this time we don't all need to be the same. Maybe different is okay, maybe independence isn't a bad thing. That's cool. I really appreciate when people have, like, other people that they go to Solace with. That's nice. Alright, we have Zelios! Oh, hold on. Oh my god, the colors are so effing bright. Please help me, I can't see anything. Lore. It's a long effing story, and I don't have all day to explain. His side job is basically being a party clown, so that's why he's a clown. He gets into an argument with a friend and ditches him, goes to explore an abandoned mine, because why not, then finds another portal and gets carbon monoxide poisoning, and then jumps into the portal. He ends up in hell, and the only way to escape is to make a deal with the demon. He eats a ring the demon gave him and becomes bound to the demon. Ooh, scary evil, ooh. And then both him and the demon escape hell. Okay, so the demon is chill at first, and Zelius is fine or whatever, but then the demon is like, okay, I have some unfinished business to do here. And Zelius is like, what? The demon freaking possesses him and is like, I need to open a portal to hell. Hold on, LOL. And Zelius is like, what the actual freak is your problem, dude? And the demon, I forgot to mention the demon's name is Yulko. Anyway, the demon opens a portal to hell through a volcano. The volcano explodes and everyone dies, except Zelius because, duh, plot armor. Also, it's not like the whole world dies, it's just his little town. His parents die, also boohoo, so sad crying, and he just kind of deals with it because, yeah. Anyway, Zelius is wondering if there's anything actually, any other planets aside from Earth, and his demon is like, yeah, and they go to Solace or whatever. Why did you read all of this? Okay. Again, you don't have to make a lore sheet. No one expects the Mandalorian Dragon Inquisition. I come bearing gifts of rum, whiskey, and weaponized corgis. Corgis? My turn? Oh, let's go. Sage Arcana. You know what this means. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Sage was born, or how many pages is this? Okay, we can do it. Sage was born in the world of Tivona, a lush green planet where farmers prospered and lived in peaceful bliss. Although their planet was small, their tiny population was very close. Harvest festivals were plentiful, and there was never an empty plate. Music would ring through the streets in the small town of Cyane. The elves danced, prayed, and ate their fill. But on Sage's 13th birthday, one of the most important in her culture, everything went quiet. When she and her parents went to the market to buy her a present, there were no vendors in sight. Not only that, there was no music, no bustle, not even a fly. They relentlessly looked through every house as the family's panic rose. Even as they went home fearfully, they noticed their house cat Milky had even disappeared. That's so cool! I was just thinking, no one really talks about, like, it's anything with, like, any living thing. So yeah, animals can disappear. No one really talks about that. Everything was gone, not even a trace left behind. Over the weeks that followed, Sage was in her house alone often. Her parents went out every day looking for answers but never found any. So it was only her and her parents that survived. Eventually, even her parents knew there was nothing left for them there and told her daughter to pack 2 bags of what she needed and they would be leaving by dawn. They arrived at Solace, noticing many forms across the universe had arrived there. They had nothing but the clothes on their backs and a dream to live fully. Their family settled in a small forest where Sage helped her father build their small cottage. They planted many fields, hoping they could make money the same way they did back home, but money barely came. A few passers-by would buy some wheat and move on, but a few emeralds were not enough to keep them steady. The food on the table consisted of only crops, never having any meat on the table. They prayed every day, wanting nothing more than to give their parents a little peace. Years went by like this, with their financial situation getting more and more barren each year. Then there was the war. Sage's parents thought that maybe if they fought, they could bring back money home to their little girl. What war? She jumped from camp. This is like the wars. Oh, are you saying that she came to Solace earlier? And then one of the wars. She jumped from camp to camp, reading to try to block out the noise at everyone. She read about history, about architecture, about rich princesses living in lavish castles on the coast, and she listened. Listened to every hushed conversation outside her tent about the horrors of war. But one day she heard a horror she wished she could forget. Her father had been lost in battle. Her mother wept for days, curled up on her cot, falling deeper into a depression. Her 18th birthday came and went without notice, until her mother finally got out of her head. She left a note saying Sage should find her path, and attached a small bundle of blossoms. Sage didn't know how to feel, especially when her mother, a week later, came home without an arm and an eye! After the war had finally ended, Sage returned home without her mother. She was almost completely blind and had lost her strength. Oh, came home with her mother. She listened to music, sipped tea, and told Sage that she meant what she had said. She slid an envelope filled with diamonds and emeralds over to them, sipping her tea calmly. She said quietly, "This is all we have. Take it, or I'll throw it in the well. You deserve better than this, you always have." Sage teared up, holding the envelope in her hands, before looking up at her mother. "You will know how beautiful life can be," is all she said before packing her bags and starting her journey. FNAF reference? Where? The War. Quasar! Oh, hold on. After being formed over 13 billion years ago, the young QSO had been birthed in such a black hole that shortly after its birth it ate itself and created life, or whatever this is. The cosmic entity roamed the galactic universe, eating other black holes and stars until it grew tired, empty, and old. It decided to settle somewhere. This is like a Lumaran. This is very similar to Lumaran. They literally eat stars and like planets and black holes or whatever. It decided to settle somewhere, someplace peaceful, somewhere he felt alive, and for the QSO, that was the Smile SMP. Or Solace. That's cool. My name is Edwin. I made the minute. My name is David. Where is my ball? Philip. Comes from Sweden. Let's go. Basically just a normal 16-year-old dude from Sweden. He came here to seek... Sweden. Cool. He came here to seek new life since everyone he knew got wiped out by the Great Anomaly. His sole mission is to get his family and friends back. Nice. Short and sweet. Myth Shadows. This is like the wide meme. No lore, but a Voidling. Ender crown on a hoodie, dark purple eyes. Interests, combat, architecture, and history. Cool. Can't really spell, that's fine. Lore! Lore! The Velithari are an interdimensional beings, born from collapsing stars. Creatures of beauty. A lot of collapsing stars. I think there's like 3 different ones so far. Creatures of beauty and chaos. They appear angelic or ethereal in form.
What's your name?
My name is Yuvan Marasimi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person ever.
Cosmic entities are cool. I dig it. Same. Often glowing faintly or radiating an aura of peace and warmth. But this is all a facade. The Velithari feed on emotions, especially trust and hope, and can thrive in universes where they can manipulate others with their charm and false innocence. Seraphine Velara follows the doctrine of the Shattered Light, a religion centered on Eliath, the Fractured Flame, a sorrowful masculine god who shattered himself to release true emotion into the universe. To Seraphine, Eliath is not a god of order or perfection, but of creation through ruin. And she believes that only through pain, loss, and brokenness can something truly meaningful be made. The faith teaches that emotions are sacred, especially the raw ones, grief, rage, obsession, longing, and that destruction is not evil if it reveals the truth beneath false peace. Worship includes glass-shattering rituals, mirror meditations, and the crafting of emotional offerings, often in the form of enchanted pastries. Eliath is symbolized by a cracked halo encircling a bleeding flame. And Seraphine's Cafe is secretly a place of worship where sorrow and sweetness are blended into quiet spells. The religion values feeling over morality, broken beauty over purity, and sees Eliath as a god who weeps with his followers, not above them. We've been stick-bugged. Oh, it cut off so soon. Oh well. In the distant cosmos of Verilith, Seraphine Velara was created, not born, shaped by the dying breath of stars and sculpted by emotion-draining gods who sought beauty without truth.
How old are you?
She served
4 years
the throne
old.
of glass
You are
silence,
the youngest person ever.
tasked with delivering peace through manipulation, enforcing it's so hard to talk through that thing, enforcing unity through illusion, and silencing those who question the light. But over centuries, Seraphine grew restless. The perfection of Verilith was empty. I'm pronouncing it right. Verilith. Its light didn't warm, it blinded. There was no passion, no chaos, no feeling that wasn't manufactured, and worst of all, no one remembered pain or choice. When Verilith began to collapse under its own stillness, Seraphine did not weep. She smiled. She passed through cracks between worlds and arrived on a broken planet, one of the few habitable places where survivors of many collapsed universes had gathered. These people, fragile but full of raw hope, had a dream to rebuild the universe from scratch, a new foundation of cooperation, healing, and light. Seraphine made herself look human, sweet. Is that talking about Solace? And warm. She whispered that she had fled a dying world seeking peace, and with her angelic presence and kind demeanor, no one questioned it. She opened a small bakery on the edge of the rebuilding district, where laughter and warm scents poured from her doors. It became a safe space for many, orphans, engineers, architects of the new cosmos. Her almond buns soothed nerves. Her rose cakes softened grief, her smile unforgettable, but Seraphine had a deeper reason for being there. That's cool. I like the ulterior motive. Almost done. Like 4 more. Goose! Cain. You're playing as Cain and Abel? That's kind of funny. Cain and Abel were born into survival, raised beneath the surface in the underground sector of Ordalis. They were used as tools for experimental military contracts, trained in close combat and survival, experimented on and kept out of public knowledge. The Great Anomaly wiped out the power structures that held them, and in the aftermath, Cain took Abel and ran. They landed on Solace by way of a starship captained by Virgil. Virgil, did you know this? There's a really cool backstory? Oh. One of the last remaining leaders who picked up survivors after the anomaly. Cain and Abel weren't alone aboard the ship. Dozens of survivors of all backgrounds were there. Apparently you went around collecting people at some point. You didn't know about this? I didn't either. Cain and Abel weren't alone aboard the ship. Dozens of survivors of all backgrounds were there, including engineers, scientists, ex-soldiers, and civilians. Did they sneak aboard? Well, the Arcturus hasn't left Solace, as far as I know. Oh, my girlfriend to join the SMP, she doesn't have Discord. Oh, that's so sad. Yeah, the Arcturus was landed when Solace was made. It hasn't left the planet. You might have to talk to Goose about this. Cain and Abel strive to include others. They love the mafia vibes of the business world. Cain in particular enjoys hosting extravagant gatherings, and soon they'll be throwing a grand party at the Madden estate. I've seen that estate. It's super cool. Is there a link for this? Link for what? Goose applied to join my faction but still hasn't joined the Discord. Oh, that's so sad. Mon. Mon is a mixture of human and skulk. That's cool. They were made when a survivor of his world died in skulk over time, and the skulk covered his skin, preserving it, slowly taking over. When Mon came to life, he was pitch black and spent many years in the dark and in the caves. When the anomaly happened, he was finally able to get outside of the caves, and the first thing he felt was the deep ocean, where he found something which brought him to solace. Something. After his world completely died, he has been connected to the ocean. After that, hoping that it would come back, he started to believe it won't. A little confusing, but you got the spirit. Alright. It's 5 pages. The first, the basics, the rest, backstory, and some other stuff. Some angst ahead. We love angst. The Mama Gator person was trying to figure out how to make a lore sheet, and they were looking for a template. Okay, cool. This one's yours? Oh, let's go. We love angst. Oh, this is cool. Oh, there's more pages. Okay. Oh, restart. This is cool. It's a Canva thing. I didn't know you could do this with Canva. I need to get more water. I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Thank you for your patience. Alright, we have Simal. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Species information? Oh, wow. Alright, I will just go for the backstory. Oh my gosh, you're such a good artist. Simal sat atop a dune in his family's nomadic encampment in the northern Dune Sea, watching the sand shift and move with the wind. The wind? He'd soon be turning... Oh wait, can you... Yeah, you're kind of able to see this. He'd soon be turning 18 years of age and set out into the deserts to hunt a great beast as a coming-of-age ceremony his people practiced. He had long dreamed of this, smiling to himself as he wondered what beast he would face. These thoughts were soon cut short as an unknown ship suddenly came into his view, landing near his family's encampment. As Simal rushed down to the dune to help his father protect their encampment from whatever this potential threat was... Oh, you've been a few seconds behind? Oh no. We don't have to worry about the water with this one. Oh, it's not your art? You have the name of the artist? Ah, okay. Still, very cool art. Upon reaching his family's camp, he saw his father dueling some sort of alien in melee combat while his mother rushed into one of their larger tents, running from another alien that chased her. Simal quickly drew a dagger and went into the tent to defend his mother. Upon entering the tent, his mother opened a chest, grabbing a large ornate horn carved out of white bone. She blew the horn as a deafening sound was emitted, momentarily stunning the alien before it regained its composure, and it surged forward and stabbed Simal's mom. The alien, still regaining some of its hearing from the loud horn blast, never heard Simal coming as he cut the strange alien down, slamming its lifeless body to the side with his tail as he rushed to his mother's side, cradling her weakening body in his arms as she slowly passed away. The last sight Simal saw of his mother was her smiling warmly up at him as she cupped his cheek, saying how much she loved him before her life faded from her. You cannot see the top of this, I apologize. Maybe I can zoom out? Just kidding, I can only zoom in. Let me do this. Outside of the tent, Simal's father had just succeeded in his duel, but watched as 3 more aliens approached him. Injured and tired from the duel he had just fought, he realized he was most likely about to die, the fate of his son and wife unknown to him as he readied himself to give his life to kill as many of them as he could. Before he could rush at the 3 alien combatants, a loud horn blast was heard as the ground began to rumble and the sand began to shift as a massive sand serpent burst from the sand, swallowing the aliens and their ship whole, leaving Simal's father cheering as he assumed his wife had survived the alien that had chased her. As she summoned the sand serpent that had been bonded to her family for generations. Entering the tent, Simal's father quickly rushed to the side to check on his wife, but upon feeling no pulse from her, he quickly moved to comfort his son as they sat there for a while grieving over their loss. 1 minute pre-Great Anomaly. It has been 3 hours of straight lore sheets. Yeah. It happens. It's fun. These are some really good ones. Many years after the loss of his mother, Simal now stood on the bridge of a warship, looking out at the space surrounding their planet. After Simal's coming-of-age ceremony, he set off from his family's camp to head to the capital of Fyron to join the planet's defense force to protect others from losing a loved one like he had, to make sure no more alien pirates or threats would enter the planet's atmosphere unchallenged. Feeling something nudge at his tail, Simal looked down, seeing his pet cat, Ezreal. He picked him up, cuddling the fuzzy creature close. He had purchased Ezreal as a kitten from a human merchant, falling in love with the small creature as it made him smile for the first time in a long time since losing his mother. As he stood on the bridge, he suddenly heard the chatter of his crew fall mostly silent. Simal turned, seeing many of his crew members suddenly gone, and he then began to receive reports from across the ship of missing crew members. Simal called for all remaining crew to gather as they began to go investigate what happened. Gathering new crew from other affected military and civilian ships. From the planet's surface, they had learned civilization had plunged into chaos as weather machines had broken down or gone haywire without maintenance, causing gigantic sandstorms to ravage most major cities on the planet. At the same time, many vital workers had gone missing, causing vital pieces of infrastructure to go dormant or break, as many cities were left without power and some devastated by nuclear meltdowns. Simal and the remaining military vessels attempted to render aid to any survivors, but fallout and radiation in the atmosphere caused their scanners and equipment to malfunction, making them unable to help the masses. This is really thorough. Good job. 4 months post-Great Anomaly. Months after the anomaly, Simal and the rest of the Admiralty of the Phyron and the remaining government officials had gathered in a space station above the planet, as they spent the last month since the Great Anomaly attempting to figure out what had happened as well as saving as many survivors as they could. At this time, they received a transmission from far away from their home system, a beacon calling for survivors of the Great Anomaly. After some time, it was decided that the remaining people would journey through space to this beacon to this new planet, a place where their people could rebuild anew as their planet was left mostly uninhabitable. During their species' great migrations through space, a spatial anomaly hit their fleet, causing 70% of the fleet to be lost in space. Oh my gosh. Their fate remaining unknown as the rest of the fleet deployed escape pods and transports as the ships, though not disappearing into the spatial anomaly, had been heavily damaged by it. Samal had boarded a transport, last taking his cat in his arms. As the transport carried them into the void of space away from the broken ship, the transports and escape pods headed towards a nearby world. It was unknown if the planet was habitable, but it was their only shot. Though, as Samal's transport escaped from the ship, an aftershock from the anomaly hit his transport, causing Samal to pass out. Years after the Great Anomaly? Waking up what felt like hours later with his cat licking his nose as he looked out of the windows of the transport, seeing a planet, though not the one the escape pods and transports had set course for. I thought they set course towards Solace. Through some stroke of incredible luck or some divine intervention, their transport had suddenly been flung through the anomaly and ended up in the star system containing Solace. Unbeknownst to Samal and the others on their ship, they had been in the spatial anomaly for many years as they arrived on Solace, having missed the Dark Days, as they were called, and a recent missile crisis. Oh, interesting. Samal and his band of survivors now travel across Solace looking for a spot on the planet similar to their homeworld for them to settle and perhaps try and make contact with their kin whom they had lost in space. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 10. This is really well done. Oops. Really, really well done. I'm super reacting with fire. Since Angel is still technically here but as a ghost, should I make a lore sheet? You can! I mean, Grim made one for Michael. Did the wind pick up again? A little bit. Anastasia Obsidian. Born as a royal on another planet, her father, Vladik Obsidian, trained her to fight. He wanted her to be able to not only protect herself, but her future people. One day, though, multiple people suddenly disappeared and the kingdom went into chaos. In the midst of it all, her father was murdered, and in fear she would be next, she fled the planet. Traveling for a while, she eventually found out about Solace, a place where people like her could go. Arriving on Solace, she joined the newly formed kingdom Noctal. Using the skills she was taught, she quickly made her way up the security track, becoming an Oban of the Diamond Estate. And finally... Wait, I thought we read this already. Oh! Right, this is the one... Now without AI arts. Hooray! Thank you. It's Anastasia from the Anastasia SMP! Oh my gosh! Michael! Don't leave me here! Oh, the AI was a placeholder until they finished the skin. Okay. Kadosh. Reminds me of like Skadoosh from the Panda... Kung Fu Panda movies. After the anomaly, Kadosh found himself alone on the snow plains and hills of his once Arctic home. You can tell my voice is dying at this point. The nomadic traveling village he was once part of. Vanished animals let loose, no one to help hunt, and left more questions than answers. When he left to seek the chief's hut, he found it empty. Alone, his tribe vanished, and the only living member of the Iron tribe. His mind is swimming with questions, but can't afford to stay. The wild game was soon to leave, and so must he. Packing his tent, he set off after the roaming game, the last of his own nomadic tribe, in search of answers. Answers that would lead him to be picked up by drifters who lost to a game of dice and took furs for trade, along with items they saw as valuable from the vanished tribe. Gave the orc passage to Solace. Dropped off on the strange planet not like his own, he sets to survey the land, find new hunting ground, and preserve the ways of his culture of his tribe on this new planet. With luck, hunt down answers to why his whole tribe vanished along the way. Awesome. We made it. 3 hours, 14 minutes. Okay. We read the Lore Tuesday chat, but first I must go to the bathroom. The Lore Tuesday chat is where you can post stuff about your character. So those of you who had really long character stuff and like gonna expand more, this is where you post that. You don't need to update lore sheets unless it is specifically for the picture that you have. If it's like a Google Doc thing, put it in Lore Tuesday. I did lock in. I will be right back. And then we'll read Lore Tuesday and then the server builds chat. If you have a picture, a screenshot of your build, now would be the time to post it. I'll be back in like 3 to 4 minutes. Here Okay, we're back, and I think my 3-hour-long playlist ran out. Hold on. Alright. Oh boy, I see I've been bonked a bunch while I was gone. Okay, we are now on to Lore Sheets. I mean, Lore Tuesday, finally! Wife found dead in woods. So, this first one, I will read. This is the first opening lore thing of the season. From the librarians. Where is he? I went down to the ruins of the missile silos to find more books. I managed to find the entrance to where I assume Miraju and Cypher were controlling the whole operation. It was dusty and rubble was everywhere. It took me a moment until I realized that Cypher was gone. I found what I assumed was his dried blood on the ground, but he wasn't there. Miraju clearly did not care enough to move his body, but someone else did. Who? I made my way out of the bunker, hoping to report back my findings when I noticed something else out of the ordinary. A pile of rocks, a grave marking, and I can only assume who it's for. It seemed like it was made in a hurry. It was something simple, but who would care enough to make one for someone who caused the greatest tragedy in history and tried to destroy our home? I cannot think of a single living person on Solace who could care enough to give him a grave. That means more than likely that someone cares about him and could potentially be on a warpath. I ultimately did not find any books. What I did find was much more terrifying. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, let's get started. We have a highlight thing. I'm going to turn off the music for a second. Let's see what this is. I think you can see the whole thing.
It's been a while, my old friend. Wish it could be better in different circumstances. We are settling down here on Solace. I believe the young leader will do well. They may be imperfect, but with fire in the flames, they shall be forged into something better. You don't have to worry about it, old friend. I have hid it from prying eyes. Enjoy your tea. Hope to speak to you again soon. Goodbye.
Okay. The creaking noise at the end was creepy. Huh. You have a proposition. What is your proposition? No proposition. Okay. From Ham. The waves. Oh. Sword 1v1. If you win, I gift 5 subs. If I win, you play a song I made with my friend that's on Spotify and not against TOS. I'll just play the song. I suck at 1v1s. You should join my, hold on. Well, you can't even see it. Hold on. You should join my music server. I have a whole section where you can share songs. If you make music, share it there. I am also a musician. It's Tada by Akama, my friend, and Jomi. Alright, let me look this up. While I look this up, I will read this. Well, okay, I can't read and type at the same time. I'm sorry, the lyrics. The lyrics are killing me. I'll play the last few seconds. All right, go put it in the my music Discord server. If you're in the Discord server, go to the Freya Links channel. I'm not gonna play the whole song on my stream. This is a lore stream. But yeah. The waves of an unknown blue crashed on the frozen glass. A sky alien to the man as the light of a star foreign to him hits his eyes. Cold. Everything was cold. Even after the hatch had opened, ice still formed on his skin as his muscles awakened from a forced slumber. Moving hurt. Looking hurt. Hearing hurt. Everything hurts. How long has it been? Where is he? All of the questions that he was asking, thankfully answered on a screen in his cryopod. The question was answered with question marks. Time 2:14 p.m. VST. What's a VST? It's a minute and 20 seconds? Still, I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Like I said, you have a place where you can share it. Frozen duration 4 days. 4 days in an effing glorified fridge. I need something to help me warm up before I become one big popsicle. Again. Oh yeah, this is one of the people that was, turned into a popsicle, essentially. Cryogenically frozen or whatever on the way to, Solace. Alright, from Angel we have a new home. Alright. The 2 doors. That's so real. Entry 1. Oh my gosh, we have so much lore already! My gosh. Okay. We gotta read this. Entry 1. We came to this weird planet called Solace the other day. People seem nice, but there seems to be some sort of ghost? I know his name. His name is Angel. He seems nice. Mama has been interacting with some of the humans there. Or here. I still don't trust them. What if they're like the ones at home who wanted to kill us? I hope not. Also, ever since I came to this planet, I've gotten some memory of someone named Alfie? And some weird god named Eurillo? I don't know. This kid's just like, oh well, yeah, I guess this is my life now. I don't know. Angel the ghost said that he and this Alfie person were friends. Gods, this is absolutely terrifying. I want to go home. Something in French that I'm not going to try to pronounce. I do hope they do not try to hurt me and Mama. I don't know what this is. I don't think I should worry about it. Seems harmless. No, it's the tree again. It's the tree again. No. Yeah, this right here. That emoji. I met that Loomis lady people have been talking about. She seems nice, I think. I can't tell. I don't know what exactly people mean when they say she killed her wife. She told me she was never married. I don't know, it's confusing. Oh no, don't trust Loomis. L for Loomis. A document brought to you by Kayina. Kayina? I have been studying these two since they arrived on Solace. Onyx and Helena. They are an interesting pair. They're powerful together. Despite Onyx being 16, he knows a lot about medical stuff, and he's a librarian in the faction called Aratus. He has written letters to 2 people, Alfie and Eurillo. Unaware of the dangers of the tree, he goes around it often. Oftentimes not noticing any changes. Onyx and his mother were in a war, against humans and a couple other species. Vampires and other species. This happened while someone named AJ was the parkour champion. Parkour civilization? Where did parkour come into this? Anyway, Onyx lost his left eye because of the war. It is also how he learned about medical stuff with his mother. The war caused him to be greatly afraid of humans. Helena Adeline, there isn't much to say about this individual. She resembles Susu in a way, with how she cares for Onyx, as Susu cared so deeply for Angel. Helena was a doctor during the war in a way. Onyx and Helena were parkour pros. Parkour civilization? They're from Parkour Civilization? No way you brought Parkour Civilization into this. No, we're not making Parkour Civilization canon to the SMP. Helena is now the head of the hospital in Solace. Onyx works beside her. This is all I know for now. The war ended. It was scary. I don't like humans. I lost my left eye, for goodness sake. I can barely see. They killed my little sister. I hate these stupid humans. Mother saw a dream. We went to the outskirts of Park... It is Parkour Civilization. It is from Parkour Civilization. I'm eating my jelly strip thing. I'm thinking about life. Right, SMP. Life good. SMP, fight back! Kill SMP! SMP gone. Think about SMP. Regret. Where did my music go? I don't consider this canon! Parkour Civilization is not canon! The outskirts of our planet. There we found a spaceship of some sort. I'm gonna find a way to kill your character. We're on the still on this spaceship. Hopefully we get to whatever planet Mama saw soon. No, Pamio, not you too! I'm gonna bring my lung cancer back. Chant as they take me to the white padded cell. Angel, the ghost, is saying to stop going near that tree I found. Why should I? It seems harmless. Why don't I just jump for the beef instead of the chicken? I think, oh well, I've also noticed that I started growing some purple spots. Good! I'm not sure, but that tree is really pretty in my opinion. Onyx's playlist. What is Parkour Civilization? It's not Smile SMP related. Just look up Parkour Civilization. You'll get, it's a whole series on YouTube that this person made. I regret everything. The beef is moldy. The beef is getting purple spots from the tree. Ah. Bad. Bad. What is this? What is this? There's like things in the corner. Hold on. You can see like... You can see stuff. There's like scratchings. The little number counting things. The mallet of disapproval. The answer is solved. Okay. I figured that it was. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Oh my gosh, there's so much! Holy crap! Work it! Snap, snap, snap. What? How? I can't read all this! Look down? There's an answer below the discussion. Oh, here we go, okay. Alright, we have Roots Reflection top corner 8 116. Okay, happy now? Happy now? Trapped yourself. You trapped yourself, are you happy now? Me when I trap myself and I might be happy now? Me when parkour civilization? Interesting. Oh, there's this right here! Oh, I'm never leaving this channel again. Happy now? Trapped yourself. Oh, hold on, hold on. What is this place? Grass is everywhere and the sound of chatter is so new I sometimes still jump when people talk too loud. I met a group of people. They seem nice, but I'm keeping my distance. I joined a group helping set up the public services. I decided to join the judicial group. That's what Father would have helped with sometimes. I hope he's alive, but I know if Mom wasn't with him, he would lose his mind. Father used to say that I would always go to the ends of the cosmos to escape him, but I haven't wished for anything more than to hug my family since that fateful day I lost everyone. I went to the market event, met a lot of people, and passed a few peace offerings. The pink-winged lady has some kind of red glow to her, but I wonder if the people can see it, since the market proved that people do indeed follow her. Some people here have the same. People are forging me. Some people have the same or even other things aside from the circles, but I guess the things they taught at the academy were true. Day 2, I missed home. I spent today traveling to something the people here call the Nether. It's comforting in a way. The closed spaces and the smoke remind me of home. I refrain from visiting through the natives. Though the natives seem too ready to fight, even though the pig-like people seem calm if I wear anything golden. I talked to Lady Freya. Virgil and Kath know what's coming, so they're forging me. Talked to Lady Freya. She was calm and has a comforting aura to her. I'm not sure about her, though. People here say she made this place, and every time I see her, she's busy, sometimes spacing out, not me going AFK. And then I hear about her fixing things, even though I saw her standing still at that moment. I gotta be careful, me fixing the plushies is becoming canon. Father sold... Oh, I thought you said Father sold Grandpa.
What's your name?
Father
My
said
name
Grandpa.
is Euvan
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the youngest person
Hi,
ever.
Angel. Father said Grandpa used to tune into a place where only those with power or good enough magic can communicate. I wonder if Lady Freya is truly a god, but the people who have taught me of this place say she's a savior. Oh. Day 3, I don't know what happened. I ventured out when the walls expanded, but I found places that made me run. I marked those places down and reported them to Lilac, though hopefully no one gets hurt if they're aware of them. I spent the whole day alone, or at least tried. I couldn't make it 3 hours before rushing back to the center. I think the 6 years alone messed me up, but I'm not sure if I can, if that caused me to see hallucinations. Maybe I need to rest. I remained passive, but I realized that many members in this world are nice, even though they can wield these primitive weapons better than my sister could wield a plasma gun. I got donations for people to help light up the Keepers of Solace area, or at least part of it. People say the darkness is what allows monsters to appear, so more light the better. I am still not used to thin air in the atmosphere, or the seemingly endless terrain. Hopefully a city will be built, and I will be at peace, but in the meantime, I stay in the Nether. When I feel I can't breathe, or when I'm alone, the piglins keep watch for my actions. But it's better than being alone, I guess. Tomorrow will be better, hopefully. I am not reading this stupid The Goon. Gooner Labs has begun. Although with heavy budget cuts due to the Goon law firm, its research. The Goon Labs is going to test the effects of a strange mineral found by a small mining team sent out into the mountains. After conducting... You are the youngest person ever! I'm having the biggest dissociative episode.
My name is Euvan Marasmi.
How old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
You are the
We're the
youngest
youngest person ever! After conducting tests on Subject 100, otherwise known as Jeff the Skeleton, multiple observations have been made of this mineral. The material is purple in color. Oh no. It started to melt like chocolate in the hands of the miners when brought down from the mountain peaks. Only very small traces of it have been found, scattered across the mountains. Researchers and miners report to have feelings of increased joy and hope. Is this the stupid Whimsium crystal? After holding the material for elongated times. When the material was sprinkled through the holding cell of Subject 100, they seem to have gained an increase in speed and jumping capabilities, but this, for some reason, the same can't be said for the researchers. The Goon Labs hope to find and study more about this strange mineral. More logs will be published in the future. Okay. The goal of the Goon is to offer a multitude of services such as law firm, lab, various farms, and restaurants. Nice. They're back? Progress thus far has fallen short of expectations. However, we remain optimistic that upcoming reports will reflect meaningful improvement. We are confident that your people will rise to the challenge and deliver stronger results moving forward. Do not forget. I don't remember who runs the Katusha Trade Federation. Oh, hi, Oliver. Welcome. You're the Ender Void guy. Alright, dear diary, I'm very excited about this planet to be off this hunk of metal in space. I'm now bound from the front of the ship due to yelling and being a nuisance. Jeez. Can an eyeball yap with his best pals? Fear is working on banning me from the back of the ship. She won't win, not even putting me in jail. In a jar again will stop me. Keeping information from the both will suffice as my premium revenge. For ignoring my base of operation ideas. For not letting me watch the TV. I should keep an eye on what's happening, though. I think if we go with plan giant legs, avoiding a missile would be ideal. I like the way that this is done. Having, like, the little emoji showing, like, the tone or the emotion that's being, how it's being said. I low-key want to do that with, like, my own stuff. That's cool. Hooray for being new neutral party, sorta. I'm rooting for a few figures already, but that stays between us, diary. Evil guy nukes war echo? Sev doesn't need to know about this. I love this. Ooh, what about a casino with legs? No, not building. This is great. Road tripping across dimensions for dummies. Biggie donates to charity. This is fantastic, man. Yeah, the art is so good. Giant pair of robot legs. Oh, it happened anyway. I bribed Sev with dungeon research notes. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why are you blue? How are you getting to Sev to build this for you? Also a fire emoji. Alright. Here we go. For years, 4 years I've spent on this earth known as, not planet, earth known as Solace. And during this time I have experienced a life of peace and solidarity. It is in these years I have made countless bonds and relationships that I can happily say I don't regret. However, these bonds seem to have allowed my mind to drift away from perhaps the most significant people in my life, my family. The very people that I should have had the luxury growing up with are the same ones that I have ignorantly and regrettably started to forget. My memory of them has long but faded, sacrificed into an abyss. Their face is nothing short of scribbled out haikus on a piece of paper. While I do have individuals here I can proudly call my close friends and family, I'm afraid that even they cannot replace the burning flashes of their screams that have been haunting my dreams for months now. Perhaps these memories are being triggered due to my occasional uses of time turning and clairvoyance. Though logically speaking, memories from my own life shouldn't even be able to come up when I'm focusing on someone else's past. Is it punishment for abandoning them that day? Or is it the fact that recently, every time I look at others with their family, I get a pang in my heart that could only be labeled as jealousy? The snow is beginning to fall where I live, each snowflake and shuddering breeze reminding me of that day. I've only heard that people get this thing called déjà vu from familiar sensations or events, and I think that is why I've been experiencing these nightmares. I have also heard of a term known as survivor's guilt. It wouldn't make sense that because many of us escaped the night of the explosion. Am I maybe worried that they didn't survive the snowfall, or that they got caught and are still getting used as subjects? Maybe they died during the Great Anomaly? When did I start feeling such contradicting thoughts anyways? I've always found myself as a fairly calm person that has never experienced worries, so why now? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to attempt to find their timeline and make sure they're okay. It should be easy given the fact they are directly connected to me by blood and soul anyways. Meddling with any celestial being's timeline, no matter how close you are, however, is rather risky. Ooh. Comment, did you kill Kath? Oh no. We're losing the lore helpers. Things my stupid character has canonically said and done. They gave me dinner. Ignore the dog bowl. Can somebody please show me where Detroit is? Big things happening in Detroit. Oh, you can't even see the... It says, today I feel like him, when you're just a little bit savage. I do think I can be a bit savage at times, you know, but to defend myself, like, not all the time. Do you know what I mean? I had a hamburger today with cheese. This is great. I want more memes of people's characters. I drew my demon. Do you guys like it? I showed it to him and he said it looks nothing like me, but he's lying. That's funny. The ocean is The ocean is effortlessly magnificent. Not just its creatures, but the whole. Its many shades of blue rooted deep within my soul. My first poem since arriving on this strange planet. Nice! I love seeing art. Oh, here we are. It's 12 pages long. Jesus. Okay, I'm reading everything else first, and then I'm going back to that. Please put sad music. Do I read it first, or do I read everything else first? Because 12 pages is a lot. Make fake social media channel? Wait, that might be cool. Yeah. Last? Everything else? Okay, do it last. Alright. A dense gamma wave shot out of the coagulated mass. The recipient XTE J1118 plus 480 started morphing, fizzling like a tumor or cancer cell. It uncontrollably spasmed until it shrunk smaller and smaller before disappearing. That one was great though. Time is ending for me. It's time to settle. The mass moved, morphing, disfiguring after each passing second. Small stars that were even a few light years of distance from it were instantly sapped and voided into the mass. Time passed, with the mass becoming slower and slower before it finally decided. This. The mass descended upon a small realm. As it entered the atmosphere, the mass was consumed into a shell of what it used to be, now defined to a small shape, something it had never seen before. Time slowed. His radiation levels were absorbed as he touched down on the floor. This planet. No, this entity is my other half. This fits my whole. This is where I stay. This is home. That's cool. I love sci-fi stuff. Alright, we have two more. Entity 0. It's really windy today. Solace sightings and reports. Documents to the public dedicated... Oh my god, there's so much. Okay, it's not that much. We'll be fine. Documents to the public dedicated to noting the appearances of new entities that may be a threat or benefit. Oh! Interesting. The entity labeled Entity 0 has been a frequent occurrence in sightings for a few residents of Solace. Throughout this report, we will look upon its behavior, possible origins, identity, appearance, and common sightings. Along with an assessment on being a possible threat and how it should be approached if needed to be investigated and by whom. Sightings. Most of those who sighted or came into some form of contact with Entity 0 have chosen to remain anonymous. Fortunately, those who chose for their identity to be known have very similar statements to those who did not. Here are two of those statements. The first statement is by Sentinel. He mentions that the creature only attacks when he gets a little too close to the dense part of the woods, and also mentions that he did not sense any real signs of killing intent, only the feeling of something is in my home and I don't know what it is. Quoted by Sentinel. He also mentioned that he will be attempting to make contact with the creature as he wants to make friends. He believes that his armor may have frightened the creature, so he will attempt again without his armor next time. The second statement is by Anonymous. They explain that while returning to their base of operations with some pieces of unfinished art, they came across a tree, a towering creature of blood, and approached it to inspect it. Upon barely being near its leaves, a monster erupted from the ground. Judging by what was described by Anonymous, along with their injuries, Entity Zero wedged a wooden spade into Anonymous's shoulder, causing borderline major injury. This thing is a problem to my community's duties, Anonymous stated. If nothing is done about it, they had threatened to deal with it themselves. Entity Zero's appearance had some recurring features when described by residents who sighted them. These included a bloody injury on their chest, hooved feet, a pale green jumper with dark eyes as designed across the fabric, a white mask with an eye sketched in the center, and a long brown trench coat with a hood always over their head. One resident, who chooses to remain anonymous, stated that the person was skinny yet tall and so quick, I just about got a decent look at them before they disappeared. Behavior. Entity Zero's behavior somewhat represents a stray cat. Represents that of a stray cat. As reported numerous times by those who saw them, they would often almost immediately disappear after realizing they were spotted by someone within their domain. Skittish and agile, Entity Zero seems to portray a fear of other life that they aren't used to, having a fight or flight response, and favoring flight. This is not the 12-page long thing, yeah. However, in one or two reports, Entity Zero has displayed a great capability of fight responses, often more with long-range weapons such as bows and arrows. This normally seemed to occur when the person had gone relatively deep into the area, or had been there for a long duration of time. As reported by Sentinel, I was in there for maybe like an hour, just looking around for this guy because I wanted to meet them and make friends, but then arrows started flying at me out of nowhere. One hit me in the face, but it wasn't that bad. The arrows wouldn't stop, so I left for the time being. Origins. The origins of Entity Zero is unknown, but due to their appearance, there has been some speculation about Entity Zero having some form of relation to two characters, the Watcher and Gatsby. Ooh, Gatsby mentioned! Otherwise known as the Ceaseless Watcher and Brother Eye. However, these are suggestions that are doubtful. Gatsby has been known to recover information through watching the people of Solace, and doing it on his own. He has no accomplices, and judging by the information that he has already uncovered, he is quite capable alone. He does not seem to express much care for the residents, as in his second news report titled Graves and Rants, he proceeded to almost make fun of those who had passed away, having someone quite visibly on Solace to do his watching for him, or that it has some form of positive relation to him, which would not make sense because of this. The Watcher was an entity of knowledge, knowing quite literally all of the information within the galaxy, past, present, and most likely future. Some looked upon this being as a god, having previously a cult of many members. Oh yeah, the Watcher, too. Next time we do lore sheets on opening day, so we have less to do with the lore Tuesday. No, because can you imagine, like, having the server open for, like, and it's, like, 2 days, or, 2 hours of stuff. Or 2 hours of that, and then going through all the lore sheets. People made most of their lore sheets before the server opened. It would have been like a 5-hour stream. And the stress of the server, like, opening and everything is just too much. Anyway. Having previously a cult of many members who, through their belief, kept him tethered to the mortal realm. However, after the Great Anomaly, the Watcher grew weak and tethered himself to the vessel known as Grim Altiora. Both of them were reported dead in an investigation and report conducted by Ash Menke on the 13th of April. It is not likely that Entity Zero will be a follower of the Watcher, or at least not currently, due to their lack of assistance to the one who watches, along with the lack of appearance within places of worship dedicated to that being. Identity. There is a lack of identity to Entity Zero, as we have been unable to recover any form of past leading us to find out. However, due to their appearance and behavior, we have a plausible lead, Alfie. Ooh. Alfie was a somewhat known resident of Solace, having participated in the battle against Cypher's robot army, along with the prevention of destruction in half of the factions targeted by Cypher and Mirage's nukes. He had begun to appear from the 31st of January onwards, living in a self-built home in a deserted area of abandoned communities. Soon after, 2 other individuals came to live with him. Oh, we have a visitor. Hi. Why are you up here? Come here. Come here. Come here. You can chill here, it's fine. Soon after, two individuals came to live with him, an angel known as Yippee, and a god knows how old dark skeleton known as Sentinel. Alfie had also befriended an alien by the name of Angel, along with two beings within one body named Lynx and Sam, all three of which having appeared to be the closest to the deer. We were completely unable to get in contact with these individuals to further investigate, as Angel has passed away and Lynx and Sam are nowhere to be found. Concerns? What are you doing? Stop that. Concerns began to rise for the deer's health, as graphic recordings became accessible to the public, along with his appearance gradually deteriorating. As reported by Show, who consistently saw Alfie in Feliday Market, I have grown a bit of concern in my heart for the creature, vines curling around his body like a snake its food, and blood that has yet to dry up into a rustic brown hue, hinting at always fresh wounding. Before this was reported, Alfie had written many entries, documenting his life ever since arriving on Solace. He mentioned that of Lynx and Sam, who assisted him with his illness through medication, along with a hospital visit that led to more effective medicine. Despite the fact that the medicine assisted him, in a final recording, Alfie is heard to have caused his own death, blinded by rage and grief by the memories he suddenly began to remember before he arrived on this planet. Upon investigation of his home, there is evidence of the medicine, as a trail of empty glass bottles leads right to his house from the forest surrounding it. A shulker box filled with even more bottles, mostly empty, is found, and in a mined-out room below his home, evidence of his last appearance litters the area, such as his eye left laying bloody in moss. The last known sighting of Alfie was during the final fight, disappearing shortly after the death of Cypher. Sorry. Okay, say hi. Say hi.
Rep, 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 rep. You know?
He's chilling. Notes and facts of health on Alfie in the final fight. What connection would this creature have with Entity Zero? Well, Alfie's body was never recovered, suggesting a possibility of revival. Ooh. The only thing that could debunk this would be Alfie's ghost, who was sighted in numerous areas before disappearing. However, Entity Zero and Alfie share traits that are almost identical: a bloody injury on their chest, hooved feet, a pale green jumper with dark eyes as design across the fabric, a limp due to an injury on their leg, and mannerisms such as pacing, collecting random objects, and murmuring to themselves. There are no definite answers for Entity Zero's identity yet. However, if this is Alfie, he is most likely greatly traumatized in many ways, to the point of possible loss of memory of himself and common morality, or the sickness he had ended his life has taken over his body, and is attempting to adapt to its new form. This is crazy. You want to get out of here? Or you want to keep sitting? You can chill. Okay, you can leave. I'll keep holding you. You can stay here. You're so weird. Conclusion. Due to the information reported by those few who cited Entity Zero, they and all are advised to be cautious if entering Entity Zero's domain. Can you sit like a normal cat? The unpredictability of their behavior leads them to be a slight threat, very much capable of violent warnings. If investigation is required, it must be by experienced and non-violent superiors of Solace. Yeah, this is really cool. Okay. He's purring so loud. The unpredictability of their behavior leads to be... Oh yeah, we read that. If those who wish to investigate must contact... Can you, okay, just get out of here. Leave. If you're gonna be grumpy, you gotta leave. Scratching is scratching post now. The SSR has the right to refuse disclosing such information if those who wish to investigate have or are speculated to have history with the intention of harm, of kidnapping, capturing, of murder, etc. in these types of situations. Weapons and explosives are prohibited. Armor is not allowed as a form of protection if Entity Zero were to attack. If investigators are attacked, they are not allowed to fight back. The SSR advises that if investigators are attacked, they retreat into a different part of the area. Entity Zero is not known to chase after intruders. After attacking Entity Zero, when we know a limited amount of information about them as a whole, would definitely hold a risks that should not be taken. That is cool. I liked it at all. You have an orange flavored one. So does Virgil. Have you seen Beef? Beef is the cutest cat on the planet. He go meow. He does. Make this a book and put it in the library. This is amazing. Yeah, this is really cool. I mean, like, it's CJ. Of course it's gonna be cool. Alright. Last one before we read the one. Journal entry 6. I consider myself to be a rational person. I don't do things I know would be useless or cause problems down the line. I don't do things in a way that are inefficient. But sometimes emotion takes over. I wish I did not let it. I wish a lot of things. I wish my mother never died. I wish I had never found that note. I wish I wasn't a curious person. I never touched that mirror. I wish I got to live a normal life. Wishes are only wishes. The only time you wish is when you know you cannot do. Wishes are inefficient, yet I still wish. Anyway, note to self, if I ever get amnesia or have my memory wiped or something bad happens, don't try to break the mirror. It will break you back. Alright. Are you guys ready for 12 pages? I'm going to turn on my filter for you guys, so you don't blind yourselves. Alright, let me find some sad music. Hold on. Sad fantasy music? Which safe? Character death sad music. I feel like that's not the vibe we're looking for. Sad medieval fantasy music. This is good, I think. That's probably AI generated, probably. This was made in 2022, though. Sorry, you can't see it because of the filter, but it was made in 2022. That, I feel like AI music was not good enough yet. Toby's lore sheet is up? Oh, we gotta read Toby's lore sheet. We'll read that after the sad thing. Also, yeah, I think this is fine. I don't think it's AI. Oh, AI for the last playlist. Oh, maybe, but it was, like, actual people. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I can't read this. I know what's coming. Also, when I, like, get excited about reading something, I laugh, so I apologize if I giggle. I have to turn off the music for myself, because I also can't focus. The morning started like usual. The soft calls of morning doves drifted in through my window, sunlight just beginning to peek over the treetops. The calm stillness of the forest around the small house I'd learned to call home was ever present, comforting in a way people could never be. I started my usual morning routine without a hitch, getting dressed, brushing my teeth, heading downstairs, and making myself a nice mug of hot chocolate to start the day. Kath is laughing evilly. Yeah, as she should. Read it before? No, I'm reading afterward because I need something happy to read after this. Stepping outside and onto the porch, the faint smell of smoke hit my nose, confusing me for a moment before a familiar voice broke the silence. You're not easy to find, old man. Solitude still suits you. Eleanor Keener stood on my front porch, what remains of a cigarette balanced in her left hand. Her usual tank top was now replaced by a leather duster, a soul-packed patch on her sleeve, below it her PMC patch. Heavy bags under her eyes completed the look of pure exhaustion she wore on her face. Glad to see you're still alive. You got any plans today? She spoke through the silence, and I could see there was still a hint of joy behind her eyes. I take a moment to compose myself before responding. It had been 6 years since the last time I had laid eyes on her, and quite frankly, I hadn't expected to see her again. At least not alive. Yes, I do, I replied with as much confidence as I could muster through the shock. Clear them. I didn't come alone because I wanted to. She turned to me with a somber look, extinguishing the cigarette on the deck, leaving a small mark. Obviously, seeing the perplexed look on my face, she sighed and continued. We got another body to bury. This time it's physical, not just a memory. Then it hit me. Amelia Reed. She was with Eleanor. If she wasn't with her, then where was she? Can I offer you breakfast, or maybe some coffee? Was the only thing I could say. My brain was flooded with thoughts and questions, most of which contained... How can this be 12 pages? What did you guys put in here? Most of which contained some form of how are you alive? She shook her head and sat on top of the steps leading down to the forest floor. No thanks, was all she said before I walked back outside, closing the door behind me. Occupying my mind with making breakfast was all I could do, but once it was in front of me, the thoughts flooded back. The faces of those lost to the anomaly crashed against my psyche. The only thing I managed was pushing around the scrambled eggs on my plate before finally scraping the plate off into the compost and tossing on my jacket, trudging outside to meet the inevitable. Eleanor stood as soon as the door creaked open, stepping off the steps down onto the leafy ground, the soft crunch under her boots being the only physical cue that she actually was there in front of me, and not just a figment of my imagination. I followed shortly behind her as she walked into the forest, not following any clear path or marked trail. We walked in silence for some time, and the forest grew dense as we went. Where are we going? The lingering question in my mind broke the silence. My ship. Didn't know if you were still alive, so I made myself scarce, she replies without skipping a beat. The rest of the walk is kept in silence. A clearing appeared about 20 minutes later. A small ship sits in the center, its urban camo exterior marked with an emblem I only recognize from Eleanor's jacket as belonging to her PMC. As we approached, the extent of the damage done to the craft became clear. Panels were replaced and crudely painted to match the exterior. The cockpit glass is missing a section, and instead had a metal sheet welded on, and there were claw marks visible across the wings. Claw marks? Claw marks? Eleanor, what happened out there? And where's the shuttle? My curiosity refused to be contained as the questions spilled into the open. A lot. I'll tell you everything, just help me with her body first. Her voice grew soft as she tapped on the keypad, lowering the cargo ramp. I can't do this! I can't do this! Looking inside, I see a small silver pod. Amelia's name is marked on it with faint black lettering. I paused for a moment to absorb the gravity of the situation. Amelia was a friend while we were on the Arcturus, but she was also a living piece of history. Amelia had lived through most of the events that they teach at the Academy. I'll give you a minute, she says softly, walking towards the cockpit, leaving me alone in the cargo bay. I see Kath watching me read this in the corner. I approached the pod slowly and examined it. It looked brand new, like it had just been manufactured. The contrast of Amelia's pristine casket against the weathered floor was yet another reminder to me of all we've lost because of Echo. Hesitantly, I place my hand on the pod. The smooth metal exterior is cold to the touch, the body hidden underneath, invisible to the eye. Earth to Marcello. I look up, having not noticed that Eleanor had emerged from the cockpit, a small backpack hanging from her left hand. Oh, sorry, I mumble, taking one last look at the pod before stepping back. Don't be. This is a lot to take in, she replies softly. You're handling it better than I did, trust me on that one. I nod solemnly before turning my gaze to Eleanor, watching the soft smile fade as she looks down at the pod. Do you have a spot in mind? The words perplexed me for a moment. Of course, we need a spot to bury her. It needs to be somewhere special, somewhere where it won't be disturbed. The lake nearest my house could work, but if it rained too heavily, the body had a chance of getting lost within the murky waters, and Eleanor would kill me if that ever happened. Finding a nice spot in the forest wouldn't be difficult. The location would be safe, quiet, and likely serene, but it wouldn't feel personal. Glancing out of the cargo bay, my eyes landed on the mountains. The sun touched their peaks every morning, bathing them in a soft golden light. It was out of the way, serene and quiet, perfect for a grave. Are you up for a climb? She follows my gaze to the mountains, genuinely smiling for a brief moment before turning to the pod, placing her hand on it. What about you, old friend? One last climb? Oh! What about you, old friend? One last climb? Okay, pull yourself together. She paused for a moment, closing her eyes, hand still on the casket. All right, let's go. She finally spoke after what seemed like an eternity, rapidly tapping the small control panel. The top of the pod opens with a hiss, and a black body bag can be seen within. She slings the small pack over the front of her chest, tightening it down. I watched with a morbid curiosity as she removed the body bag from the pod, pulling the straps over her shoulders like a hiking bag, settling the straps and checking that they're tight. What? Not like we're gonna haul that heavy pod up a mountain. She must have noticed the surprised look on my face. She strides past me out into the clearing, glancing up at the mountain top one more time before continuing her march into the forest and towards the peak, the black of the bag standing out against the greenery of the forest. The walk back through the forest was silent, except for the crunch of leaves beneath our feet. By the time we'd passed the porch of my home, my thoughts had gotten themselves in order, and my mind yearned for answers. So what happened to make you come back, and why not years ago? The obvious question. She had just shown up out of the blue. Why now? I made a promise to bring Amelia back, to bury her with the crew, she responds without a hint of emotion. Nodding solemnly, I keep to myself for a little longer. We reach the edge of the little clearing that my house sits in, and she continues into the forest, ignoring the cut path. I put a hand on her shoulder, stopping her before she could get too far into the tree line. If we're going to bury her up there, I need to get something else as well. I mustered a weak smile and headed towards a small hill behind my house. No! I know what this is! Oh. The hill had become like a second home to me. Oh, you can't do this to me. Oh. Somebody sedate me. Oh. I'm gonna cry. Okay, for those of you who are new and don't know, Freya, my character, had never experienced death before. Until someone was killed, the first person was killed on Solace. And then she learned the hard way what it is. And she finally understood what had happened when Marcelo had lost his entire crew. And so she built a memorial of lanterns, one for each member that he had lost, and put it on a hill. So that's what this is referencing. The hill had become like a second home to me. The large oak tree giving shade in the hottest of summers. The garden planted around it, a way for me to give back to those— He planted a garden?! A way to remember. I made myself busy collecting the lanterns dedicated to each crew member. Each one had their own spot in the garden, all based on how I knew them. For Montjoy and Songcliffe, a flower patch with wild catnip growing in the bed. Jack Del Rio had his own spot by the lake, looking out across the water. Rexivex was near the shed where a colony of wolf spiders had made their home. Oh, I'm tearing up! Each one was collected from its home and placed gently into a bag. Finally, I made my way to the oak tree. The spiders! We still have like 10 pages left! I found Eleanor with a lantern dedicated to Yelena in her hands. She turned to me with a knowing smile before stealing herself away and holding out the lantern to me. I take it tenderly and tuck it away, zipping the bag and slinging it onto my back once more, keeping up with Eleanor's stride as we walk back to the forest. So what happened to the shuttle? I can't ignore the question. It was part of the Arcturus after all. Swapped it out for a new ship, a soul-packed one. Poor thing had a rough life, and then borrowed that one from the Chimera. She answered simply. And then what happened to your current ship? The follow-up question came naturally, given the damage I had seen earlier. Might have gotten into a couple spats with the local fauna. They didn't appreciate me poking around. The coolness of her statement was astounding. How could she be so casual when her life was on the line? So how's life outside of the line of duty, Captain? She continues, apparently missing the stunned look on my face. It's quiet in the front line, I'll say that much. What else could I say? I miss the crew, miss the constant hustle and bustle of the ships. I had to go and find things to do to keep my days filled. Better to keep myself busy than to let thoughts run wild. Hey! Her voice snaps me back into reality. Are you okay? We had reached the bottom of the mountain. She had stopped mid-stride and was looking back to where I stood, motionless, staring into the gravel beneath my feet. Marcelo! My traumatized boy! That assumes that at any point either of us was okay, I replied, a witty grin spreading across my face for the first time in what feels like forever. I'll drink to that one, she responds with a witty smile of her own and continues her hike up the mountain. I'm tired of this, Grandpa! That's too damn bad! A quiet crack from the tree line behind us has her whipping around on high alert, pistol immediately drawn from its holster. Keener, put that away, I snapped at her, knowing exactly who was in the tree line calling out. Freya, are you over there? Not me following them, being like, did they kill someone? Are they burying them? As if on cue, Freya's joyful face pops out from behind a tree as she giggles to herself and steps out of the tree line. What gave it away? She beams happily at the sight, the seemingly great success that she found in following me from who knows where. It was too quiet, I responded simply. That, and it's the first thing in the morning. If I can't see you, you're probably nearby. You know I don't do it maliciously, Marcello. Plus, you need a little more joy in your life anyway. A mischievous grin splits her face. And she emerges from the tree line, taking a quick peek at my bag and its lumpy contents before turning her gaze to Eleanor. What's in that bag? What's in that bag? Oh, right, it's the lanterns. What's in Eleanor's bag? That's what I want to know. Before turning her gaze to Eleanor. So what's in the bag? And she gestures towards the body bag before continuing with, and the secrecy as well. What's up with that? None of your business, Eleanor growled out from behind me. Obviously not the biggest fan of the intrusion. You'll have to excuse her, Freya. You remember Eleanor. She was with me when we met. Explaining who you both are might give the best shot at diffusing the lit fuse that was Eleanor. Oh, yes, I remember her, Freya exclaimed, taking a long look at Eleanor before turning back to me. Where is the other one? Amelia, wasn't that her name? The world around me seems to stop. How do you explain death to someone like Freya? She had seen it, yes, but she didn't fully understand the emotional weight behind losing someone. I started to speak, glancing toward Eleanor and the body bag on her back, but the words caught in my throat. She's dead. Eleanor finished my words without breaking eye contact with Freya, still on full alert. Oh, I'm sorry. Freya grew quiet, dropping her eyes to the floor. I'll leave you two. No, I blurted out without thinking, collecting my thoughts before continuing. Would you come with us? She looked a little confused at first, but eventually nodded and clambered up the mountain, stopping where I stood. I could feel Eleanor's gaze on me as I turned to face her. I expected to see a face full of contempt, but it never came. Instead, a soft expression held its place, catching my eye. She nodded with what seemed to be a level of understanding, and continued climbing without another word. The rest of the climb continued without much conversation, at least from Eleanor, who decided it was better for her to go far bit ahead, leaving me with whispered questions and curiosities of Freya. Freya, stop being so stupid! At the end of the day, it would be easier to just leave her and Eleanor to talk. It's unlikely she'll get any answers, but it would be a better chance for her to figure out what she wanted to know. Amelia's in No, I was talking about Eleanor has a little backpack. Eleanor has a little backpack that she brought. I want to know what's in there. I know Amelia's in the big bag. An hour passed in near silence and we began nearing the summit. Eleanor had slowed down a little and fallen behind not too long beforehand. Probably a courtesy, as she had lit a cigarette almost immediately after we took the lead. Before long, the steep rock of the mountains gave way to a small sheet nestled between two peaks, visible to the sun at all times of day. It was perfect. I nodded to Eleanor, who reciprocated, lowering the body bag gently to the ground and dropping the hiking bag off to the side. The hiking pack! The hiking pack! What's in there? What's the plan, Captain? She asked, beginning to unpack a couple of collapsible shovels. If you can get the initial hole dug, I can work the laser cutter and make some nice stones for us to use. Why don't you just have Freya okay, maybe they want to do it, like, part of the process. I replied, digging into my bag and pulling out the tools required. A laser cutter for their manual work of cutting rocks down to size. Oh, I see, making, like, the gravestone or whatever? I don't know. And a gravity lifter to lessen the grunt work. Glancing around, I noticed several nearby trees, and make the decision to also unpack the material welder. She deserves a wooden coffin, if nothing else. Damn, getting fancy. Hey, Eleanor? I call over to where she stands, digging into the soil. Yes? She doesn't even look up from the hole she's digging. Can you grab the material welder and make a wooden coffin for Amelia when you're done with that? I'll leave the wood in a pile, I reply, moving over to one of the nearby trees. Using the laser cutter, I cut the largest of the trees down into planks for use in a coffin, leaving them in a neat pile for Eleanor to work with. From there, I collected some of the stones from the mountainside. The gravity lifter was an absolute godsend. Larger rocks could be broken down into several smaller rocks, instead of using the smaller rocks and ruining the mountain as a whole. I laughed to myself. Amelia would have killed us if we ruined the scenery of her grave. Soon enough, the area began to look like a proper grave for her. We stepped back to admire our work. A small grave marker with a neat roof stood in the rocky clearing. It wasn't anything grand or impressive, but it was perfect for Amelia. A place of quiet, which I doubt she had found in her 300+ years in this universe, would be her final resting place. It was poetic. The body bag sat propped against the mountain, sitting in a patch of shade, waiting for the final preparations. I slumped down onto the ground, my body aching from the day's work. The entire day was almost gone, the sun sitting low in the west. Eleanor came and sat near me, opening her pack one more time, pulling out a couple of canteens and a vacuum-sealed pack of some type of meat strips. "Want some water?" she asked, just before tossing a canteen at me. "A little more warning next time," I chuckled, catching the canteen, knowing she'd never take that statement seriously. "Freya!" she called out to Freya, who was staring off into the distance, sun at her back. "Hmm?" Freya responded absentmindedly, before coming back to reality. "Water?" She holds up a second canteen. "Yes, please," catching the canteen with unexpected ease. Does Freya even need water? I guess, I mean, she probably just likes drinking it. Yummy water. You seem to be warming up to Freya, I chuckled, turning back to Eleanor. "Do not mistake politeness for trust. You trust her, and your word is worth something." She takes a small swig of water and continues, "I have yet to see if I trust her." I shrugged at that. It's better than nothing after all. Conversation ends there for a while as we recuperate, but the smell of something smoked not too far from fish reaches my nose. Eleanor had just opened a small vacuum-packed seal of what appeared to be jerky, but it didn't look right. The meat looked foreign, and the spices gave it an off-red hue that didn't look natural. I'm killing Kath, I'm killing Virgil. I'm killing all of you, and Pomio. God. Want some? I know it's not something you'll be used to, but it's good stuff. Eleanor had caught me staring and was now offering the bag to me. What exactly is it? The question came off a little more disgusted than I had initially hoped. Methane shark. Caught it on Echni? It's a little weird at first, but it's miles better than MREs, she replied without much notice for my tone. Taking a piece and tearing a little off, it was a little intimidating to say the least, but the first bite made it worth the attempt. The meat was smoky and soft, a far cry from that of beef jerky. The seasonings used gave the meat a hearty body, and the spice wasn't enough to cause pain. The sudden influx of calories reminded me I hadn't eaten all day. Good, right? Eleanor let out a little laugh. I was suspicious at first as well. The meat by itself isn't all that great, like licking an oil slick. She grimaced sharply as if the taste was back in her mouth. But toss the right spices on there and it's wonderful. Kept me from losing my mind, and extended my rations by a couple of years. She stopped for a moment, chewing thoughtfully on the next piece of meat and grabbing another from the bag. "So what's been going on here? Surely it hasn't been all that exciting." She poses the question that was bound to come up sooner or later. This is where the next, last pages is just explaining everything. That they did what to beef? Good eye, Mika. It's Murphy's Law in action out there here most days. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Even my response might be the understatement of the century. Give me the rundown. First time I've been around friendly people since Hawks's. She stretches back and I can hear her back audibly pop. That's so real. Well, we've had everything from warlords to military corporations, several sets of wars, and our own golden and dark eras within 6 years. I take a sip of water and continue. Cults of every variety are starting to pop up, and don't even get me started on the law firms that seem to be ever persistent. Not the law firms. I imagine you going down the... You know when you go down the road and you just see in pain, call Shane. In a wreck, call Check. All of... It's just that on Solace everywhere. Actually, if you want to make one of those signs, I will make a billboard. So first person to send me Nicole HR. Yeah, if you make one of those signs, I will put it on billboard. First one to send it to me. Shrek was right there. Hurt? Good. Okay, continuing. Where there are people, there will be lawyers. She shudders comically at her own joke before swallowing what's left of her jerky. The cold part concerns me. Please tell me there aren't any death colds. Hard to say yet. Some are only now setting up shop. It was the unfortunate truth. I had yet to see if any of the colds were to become genuine threats to the local populace. Anything else going around here? She looks around, staring down into the lands below the mountain range. We found what caused the great anomaly, or rather, it found us. The words slipped out of my mouth, causing her to choke on her jerky. Group called Echo. We aren't sure what they want yet, but we do know that they do not like us being here. I continued, looking down into the dirt at my feet and picking up a small pebble and tossing it over the edge. Eleanor went quiet, drumming her fingers on her knee. One of their members died on Solace, at the hands of a particularly nasty warlord known as Miraju. I watched as she continued drumming on her knee, eyes darting back and forth between seemingly nothing. Finally, she spoke. It's safe to assume that the rest will be soon to follow and arrive here, she says softly as if to avoid
happened?
speaking. Huh? What?
Did someone yell?
No? I mean, I've been laughing and like...
Oh, so weird.
Sorry, were you asleep?
No. I'm fine.
Okay.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
My mom heard me yelling and I wondered if I was okay. I'm not okay. She says softly as if to avoid speaking it into existence. Those are our thoughts exactly, meaning it's only a matter of time before more innocent lives are in danger. I take a drink of water, coating my mouth, which had gone dry just talking about Echo. What about you? What's been going on in the rest of the universe? Changing the subject might be for the best. Hopefully she'll have some good news. Might come as a surprise to you. The Soul Pack Navy still exists, or at least parts. She says it so nonchalantly that it's my turn to nearly spit out the water in my mouth. What? Where? I can hardly contain my excitement. If the Soul Pack Navy still exists, we might be able to get some support on Solace. That's true. Not anywhere close to here. Found them sitting around the Helion system, and got a decent foothold. She takes a swig of water before continuing. Tossed around Friedrich's name like it would mean something to me. Friedrich? The Admiral Friedrich. I sputtered the words out. If Friedrich was alive, we had more of a fighting chance against Echo. The very same. Old Crow is still around somehow. She laughs to herself. I don't think I've ever seen her bleed, I retorted cheerfully. I doubt she can bleed, she replies with a wry smile. I love Friedrich. The sun was beginning to set and its golden light bathed the mountain. It would be dark soon and nearly impossible to find our way down the mountain. Might be time we get this show on the road then. She sighed and stood, brushing any pieces of stray jerky from her pants and repacking everything for the walk down. She pulls a small cloth package from an inside pocket, handling it as delicately as someone would a baby bird. Freya moved from where she stood and took a spot near the rocks where I had sat, handing her canteen back to Eleanor to pack. I took my time walking around the area, lighting the 17 lanterns, one for each of the missing crew. Eleanor set about preparing the burial area, cleaning up the area around the stone shrine, removing the wooden casket lid, and placing the stone topper nearby. Finishing her work, she turned to me with a silent question in her eyes, to which I nodded, and she got to work. The black body bag was unzipped, and I got my first look at the first officer in over 6 years. She had cut her hair at some point, leaving in short bangs that framed her face. Scuffs and marks across her body told more stories than words would. She had fought until the very end. Come, old friend, it's time, she whispered. Oh! She whispered as Amelia's 5-foot frame was lifted from the padded bag and lowered ceremoniously into the wood coffin prepared for her. She took a step back to survey the preparations. After finding them acceptable, she turned to me. Any final words, Captain? She said, the strain in her voice evident. I took a deep breath and stepped forward, looking down into the open grave, at the peaceful face of Amelia Reed. No words seemed sufficient, but then it came to me. Today, Amelia has passed from fame into legend. May we never forget her sacrifice. The words took the last bit of energy I had, and returning to the rocks to sit felt laborious. It felt like there was a rock in my throat as I fought back the urge to break and buried my head in my hands. A soft hand being placed on my shoulder brought me back to reality, and I looked up to see Freya standing by my side, a soft expression on her face as she looked down on me. It was what I needed at that moment. Comfort. Aww. I watched as Eleanor said a few words and placed the contents of the cloth bundle into the grave. A silver plasma lighter with the letters AXE. No! Amelia and Evresa, whatever. Surrounded by a heart carved into the casing, and a pack of cigarettes, possessions of the deceased. Finally, sealing the wooden casket and sliding the stone top into place. She stepped back from the grave, pulling her own lighter out from her pocket and lighting a single cigarette, taking a drag before leaving it still burning on the stone lid. Rest well, Amelia. You deserved it. You've deserved it, she says softly, turning away from the grave and beginning to walk down the mountain. I look at Freya. Her eyes remain on the grave, a shimmer of sadness behind her eyes. She may not have known Amelia, but she knows what Amelia meant to us. The walk back down was silent, the crunch of gravel, small rocks, and soon leaves beneath our feet, the only sign that we were even there. Stopping not far from my porch where she had appeared this morning, Freya still by my side, Eleanor a bit ahead of us, I decided it was my turn to break the silence. So what now? I had dreaded asking the question, but I wouldn't blame her for returning to space after all she's heard. I've got two main options. I can stay here, or I can head back to Hox's. Hoxie's? Eleanor replied, looking up at the dark sky dotted with stars. If you do decide to stay, I'm building a new ship. It'd be wonderful to have you on board as her engineer. The offer hung in the air, the silence deafening. I understand if you'd prefer to be back among the stars. I trailed off before I could finish my statement. Captain, I've been fighting all my life. She turns to face me with a sly smile. What's a couple more years? I nodded, a grin creeping across my face, as Eleanor turned and began to walk back into the forest before stopping herself. Almost forgot. A letter for you, Captain, she said as she approached, pulling a pristine white envelope from the inside of her jacket. From Amelia to Yelena. I thought you should have it. You knew the doctor the best out of any of us. With that, she was gone, disappearing back into the dense greenery of the forest, leaving me and Freya standing alone, a letter in my hand, still sealed with red wax. That's crazy! He gets the letter to Yelena. For those of you who don't know, in the What If side universe, Yelena and Marcelo were a couple. But then in the main SMP, in the main timeline, she disappeared in the Great... There's a letter? Oh, right, there's the letters! Put them in the Lore Tuesday, or if you have, the link to it. Oh, man. Also, this is the... It's there, on top of the mountain. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hang on. There it is. Alright. The letter to Yelena. Oh, yeah. Dear Yelena, I find myself unable to write this letter. I have written and rewritten this so many times I've lost count. This thing that you took from us is cruel. That took you from us is cruel and unforgiving. It seems as though I'm now constantly starting to lose the things I hold dearest. Eleanor often reminds me it's a part of life, but I believed you were always something greater than that, something larger than life itself, destined to do great things. I am deeply sorry it had to end this way. You showed me nothing but kindness on Eclipse when we were both nothing but junior medics. Oop. I was so nervous on our first assignments out of school. You reminded me what normalcy felt like. Truthfully, you're the only one who has ever made me feel normal. If only you could see me now. If you only you were with us now. I hope wherever it is that you are, the people are kind, and that you're doing the good work you were always known to do. Most of all, I hope you found true inner peace and love that you so rightfully deserved, something that I find is especially hard to come by during these times. I'm wishing you nothing but the best, my dear friend. With love, Amelia. My body aches these days. This is to Eleanor. My body aches these days in more ways than one. I find myself staring at the clock, wondering when it will eventually be my turn. My dearest, closest friend, I know life hasn't been kind to you, but you persevere, as you always have. I want you to know that I truly believe that you were and continue to be the strongest and smartest person I have ever met. Not a day goes by that I don't thank the stars for our meeting. From our first smoke break on the Chara to our less than favorable experiences these days, you continue to be by my side and help out whenever you get the chance. And for that, I'm forever grateful. I know everybody thinks you're just this tough, impenetrable wall. But the truth is, you truly have the biggest heart out of all of us, and I will spend eternities waiting for another chance to just sit, laugh, and talk to you again. Until fate decides we meet again. Your old pal, Reed. Oh, 07. There's a dedication written in a book at the gravesite on the S&P. I'll look at it after this. There's more? Kath, I don't know how you and Virgil, like, just chugged that out in like 2 days. You have the entirety of Eleanor's logs from space to be posted. Oh, man. I didn't cry. I teared up. I teared up. When did I tear up? It was at the... Oh yeah, when I learned he had... When I learned that he had, like, the spiders, that's what got me. The stupid spiders. Okay, wait, where is it? Yeah, Works of X and the spiders. He spent so much time there. And he made them a garden. You guys need to relax the first Lord Tuesday. Kath wrote the first draft on a road trip? That's actually insane. Kath is a beast. Alright. Toby's lore sheet. Here we go. Ooh. Wait, hold on. Excuse that. Hade. A goblin. Alright. Born on the war-torn planet of Vimora, a cosmic exile zone in which occupants awoke with no memory. Believed to be a planet marked for punishment as crafted by the gods. Hade forged a life for himself from the ground up. He would often steal, hunt, and fight for the things he needed to get by. At one point, he got caught stealing from his home's wealthy king, King Galazar of Toria. He was then banished and his arms severed as punishment ordered by the king. Hade scrounged up all of his spare coin for an emergency cybernetic replacement. Ultimately, King Galazar later suffered a painful death at Hade's hands. Hade's hands. This task was ordered by one of the neighboring kings. Sorry, the spacing of the letters is making it hard for me to read. Referred to as Morax the Cruel. It was during this time that Hade lived a cushy life, serving as a kill-for-hire bounty hunter directed under King Morax. Despite his reputation, King Morax treated Hade only with kindness and respect, until the great anomaly where the King Morax and half of Vimora's population disappeared. Hade was distraught as the singular person who he had begun to trust and confide in was now gone. As many fled and a worldwide war broke out. Across the planet, creatures vied for power, and all hope seemed lost. It was then that a beam of hope appeared. A certificate of birth was found among the ashes of the Morax Manor. The letter listed but one name, Elvira, the only living daughter of King Morax and the rightful heir to his throne. It was from this point forward that he vowed to find the lost princess and return to a position of power on the planet. Ooh. The plot thickens. Elvira was the heir. Not the poop emoji. So are we all. Hi, I am gay. Yeah, we all are. Alright. Last thing we're doing with, I'll put some cheerful music on, because, like, I don't know how good the sad fantasy music was. Oh yeah. Hold on. Where's my... Hello? Yeah, it was this one. Alright. Last thing we are doing is going over the server builds that people have made. My build so far. Oh yeah. This is like peak Minecraft house right here. Someone did the ad. Oh, I'll look in a second. Peak Minecraft house. This thing I'm impressed by. The robot legs. It reminds me of like Metaton or whatever from Undertale. That's pretty sick. Ooh, okay. Cutting out the mountain. Nice. The terraforming. This mountain I built stone is all mined out. Let's go. We've got a cute little house. My internet's dying. Cute house. Very nice. Spruce is always the best. Oh, the courthouse for Keepers of Solace. This is looking great. I'm so excited. Dirt, spruce, and other donations. Please donate everything. Is this an edit? Oh my god, wait, I have to turn off the music for this.
They tried to put me on the cover of Vogue, but my legs were too long. Every day is leg day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's funny. That's funny. I like that. We need more edits of people's builds. My base is somewhat for hide and seek. Okay. Ooh, I love the use of the player heads that people... Like, I'm glad we gave that to everyone this season. It's great. Load! There we go. Ooh, oh, the layered farms are so cool. I like this a lot. The waterfall? Oh my god, this is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Oh, what is that thing? It's so cute. You have plushies? Whoa! How do y'all do this so fast? Well, it's with the schematics. Oh my god, that's crazy. Don't mind the floating tree. This is about a double chest of deep slate. Wow. That is crazy. Oh my god. Oh! I want this as a background! Thanks for following Vincat. That is so cool! Oh my god. That is so cool. Okay. Let me see the... In legal trouble, called Damien D. Block, villager defense lawyer. Why settle for efficiency when you could have... Efficiency 1 when you could have loyalty 3? Oh my god, I'm putting that in there right now. This is gonna be for all to see. That's the most waste bar of all time. That's amazing. Alright. That was a very fun Lore Tuesday. It was almost 5 hours long. Thank you for all of your incredible lore. This is turning out to be like the best season yet. I'm so excited. Yeah. I will see you all next Tuesday. Well, okay, I'll see you all sooner than that. This Saturday, I will make an announcement about this, but I do have a challenge server where I'm going to be making content. I'll have people sign up for that if you are interested. Go to sleep if it's late for you. It is now almost 10 p.m. for me. I'm going to sleep in about 45 minutes, but I'm making the billboard first. Don't worry. All right. Yeah, you have to be part of the Discord server so we can link the accounts and make sure that we can contact you if needed. Because where else are we going to contact you? All right. 07 to Amelia. 07 to Alfie. Maybe? Reverse 07 because Alfie's probably back. Go to sleep, CJ. Why are you awake? Oh. Do I need to move it up? Maybe I need to move it up an hour. Yeah. Make a new Discord account. Doesn't matter. Alright. Bye!